You're live, Chair.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much, everyone, for attending this County Council meeting of Monmouthshire County Council today on Thursday, 4th of November. Before we start any business, I would like us to just take a minute's silence in memory of Sir David Amos, tragic loss recently taken away from us, and also for all those who have been lost whilst in the line of delivering public service. So we'll take a minute's silence, please. Thank you very much, everyone. And just before we get into the business of the meeting, what I would like to just remind members that this is a meeting that's held in public, and comments that are made in the chat bar at my discretion will also be made public. So I would encourage members not to write things in the chat bar that they do not wish to be made public. And also I'd like to ask members to refrain from speaking over other members while speaking. And just a sense of decorum would be muchly appreciated. Thank you very much all. So we'll go straight into the agenda. Item number 1, apologies for absence. Nick.
Hi, Chair. Yes, we have had a few apologies. We've had apologies from County Councillors Sheila Woodhouse, Jeremy Becker and Linda Guppy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, sorry, I can't get my hand. Oh, I can't get a raised hands today. So can I just apologise on behalf of Giles Howard, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Simon.
Yes, I'm the same. Could I send apologies for Councillor Blackburn, and Councillor Jones will be joining us. He's just had an urgent meeting to go to family-wise. So I'll leave it there, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair. Also, sorry, can't get my hands up as well for County Councillor Peter Clark.
Thank you.
Apologises. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Councillor Edwards, thank you. Anyone else? We will see if we can get that raised hand function put into the bar as soon as possible. Declarations of interest. Do any members have any declarations? As the raised hand function isn't there. Armand. As the raised hand function isn't in the chat bar yet, if any members do have any declarations of interest, please let it be known now or let it be known after the event. No, thank you. We'll move on. Public questions. I don't believe we've had any. Nick, can you confirm, please?
No questions.
Thank you. Item number 4 on the agenda is Chairman's announcements and receipt of petitions. I've got no announcement and we have not had any petitions handed in, so we can move on in the agenda. And the next line is number 5, but rather than going to the reports straight away, what I would like to do is to bring an urgent members question forward, and that question is 7.1. And it's an urgent question from Councillor Tony Eason, Councillor Eason, to County Councillor Richard John, Leader of the Council. And so we will now deal with that at this stage and then go back into the agenda as presented. Councillor Eason.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you for bringing this forward. I understand the leader's got to leave. The question is as is written on the paper, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor John.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, can I thank Tony for his question? And I can assure you, Tony, that I fully appreciate your sentiment behind it. And like you, we were really disappointed at the decision not to approve our bid to level up Caldecott. It was a bid of some £14 million, which had 3 components: a new leisure centre, regeneration of the town centre, and better active travel links from Caldecott to Seven Tunnel Junction. I'm really grateful to officers for the fast pace in developing our bids in what was a really challenging time frame, and also to everyone who supported our bids, including Jessica Morden, who I have to say has been a great champion of the Caldecott bid. I met with Jessica several times to discuss it, including at the Leisure Centre and while I was in London. But there are many others who also supported our bid and wrote letters of support. John Griffiths, Peter Fox, David Davis, our regional Senedd members, Laura Jones, Natasha Ashgar, Delith Jewell, Peridia Griffiths, all wrote letters of support. And I'm hopeful we can count on their support for future bids. We did everything we possibly could to try to lobby for our 2 bids. Sarah Jones and I explained our Caldecott bid to the Prime Minister, also to the Secretary of State, the then Secretary of State, Robert Jenrick. And a couple of weeks ago, Lisa Dimmock and I met with the new Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Michael Gove, and we informed him that if we weren't successful in this round, mindful of considerable competition, we were determined to do everything we possibly could to take part in the next round of bidding. We recognise that Monmouthshire is not amongst the most deprived local authorities in Wales, and we were never going to be at the front of the queue for levelling up funding. But that in no way diminished our determination to do everything possible to fight for funding to invest in our communities and improve the life chances of our residents. This news is a setback, but we do need to view it in context. I noticed that Tony said a few days ago in the press that this news has put Caldecott back by 10 years. Well, a few months ago, this fund didn't exist, so we're certainly no worse off. 16 out of 22 councils in Wales, like us, were not awarded funding. But I can assure you that we remain determined to bid in the next round. So I'll be meeting with senior government ministers in the coming weeks to secure feedback on our bids. We need to consider how we can improve them and give ourselves the best possible chance of securing funding in the next round of bidding. We're committed to levelling up our communities in Monmouthshire, and I was delighted that yesterday we were successfully awarded all 9 of our bids to the UK Government's Community Renewal Fund, totalling over £2 million. Now, these bids will benefit Caldecott in a number of ways. Firstly, we secured over £80,000 for Caldecott Community Partnership. Now, this will build on our progress in establishing the Wellbeing Workshop and the Community Hub. Now, through this investment, the hub will be able to offer people free access to equipment which supports carpentry, product design, plastic recycling, engineering and art, right in the heart of Caldecott Town Centre. It will offer spaces for community activities, training, an outdoor meeting area and community kitchen. Secondly, we were awarded nearly £500,000 to invest in our Mon Life assets, key amongst them Caldecott Castle, to help reach new audiences, improve the customer experience and promote sustainability and regeneration to help preserve the castle and also to enhance its accessibility. Thirdly, our carbon-free future scheme was awarded £134,000. That's a partnership between Monmouthshire RSLs, Zero Homes and Coleg Gwent, which will investigate retrofitting the housing stock right across the county to improve energy efficiency. This will include developing new apprenticeships within Apprentice, that's our jointly owned shared apprenticeship scheme with Mellin Homes, to ensure that our apprentices have the skills they need for the future. Now, this will benefit families in Caldecott as well as other parts of Monmouthshire. And the MHA iConnect scheme was awarded £120,000. That's going to bring affordable, fast and accessible digital infrastructure to a number of blocks of flats in the county, including in Caldecott, where tenants who are on universal credit or have no digital footprint will be able to access or to improve their confidence in getting onto the internet both safely and independently. So we're continuing to work constructively with the UK government to secure investment in our communities, and we continue to leave no stone unturned in seeking opportunities to level up. Not winning the Caldecott Levelling Up Fund bid is a setback, but we will assess how our bids can be refined to maximise our chances of securing funding in the next round. We recognise the difference that a new leisure centre in particular could make to the well-being of residents in Caldecott, and we remain committed to continuing the work to secure it.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Tony.
Thank you. Councillor Easton, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I have a supplementary. I'll try and phrase it as a supplementary rather than a speech. I don't particularly want to make a speech. I don't particularly want to bring into politics into this, because it's important for Caldecott to move forward. Dear Councillor John, I believe that it will put Caldecott back 10 years regarding the town centre and the leisure centre, because the main thrust of this bid is to do with the town centre and to do with the leisure centre. The rest of the stuff I applaud you on, but that was going to be there in any case. And do you believe that you're going to make a bid next year, a further bid, and hope to be successful on the basis, therefore, of making a bid next year and hopefully being successful? Is it not important now that we as a council look to borrow, get into a borrowing position where we can start this process off on the basis that we'll have a positive answer next year? Because if we don't get a positive answer next year, do you believe we still need to find the money somewhere else to find a way forward to carry out this regeneration of the town and the leisure centre? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor John.
Thank you, Tony, and I absolutely agree with you. You know, this is not a party political issue, and the support that we had for the Caldecott bid, obviously the lion's share of the funding for that bid would have gone to the leisure centre. Obviously there was also regeneration for the town centre and also investment in active travel routes, but the support for that was absolutely across party. We worked really effectively with Jessica Morden, and we're really grateful for her support, and you know, we're committed to continuing to work with her to help secure further investment in the town. But this was an absolutely cross-party project. We had the backing of Liberal Democrat, Plaid Cymru, Labour and Conservative politicians. Party politics didn't come into this at all, and you know, that's the approach we take as a council. You know, if you want to get things done, you've got to work in partnership with people. You can't work in isolation. I disagree with you that this is going to set Caldecott back 10 years. I don't think that's right at all. But we recognise that somehow we need to make the necessary investments in our leisure centre, also in the town centre as well. We need to make it a more attractive place for people to shop, to support local businesses, to spend leisure time. The leisure centre is a massive investment in the life chances and the both mental and physical well-being of local residents. It does need investment. Somehow we need to level up the town. We need to make those investments in the leisure centre and in the town centre. I think the UK government's Levelling Up Fund is the ideal partnership to do that. We know that there'll be a further round. We don't know the exact timescale for the next stage of bidding, but we do need to ensure that when the next bidding round comes along, and you know, you're right, it may well be next year, we need to make sure that we're in the best possible place to put in a really strong bid. So that's why I'm meeting with UK government ministers in the next couple of weeks to get feedback on our bids, because we need to see perhaps where it might not have scored as highly as we would have liked against the criteria. We need a cold hard look at these bids to see how we can improve them, make them better for the next round, because as much as you do, we want to secure this funding for the people of Caldecott. So absolutely we'll be bidding in the next round, and we need to do everything we can to make sure that bid is as strong as it possibly can be. And I'm more than happy to work across party, including with the town council, who I'm meeting with later this month, to make sure we have the strongest possible bid to give ourselves the best chance of delivering for the people of Caldecott.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Thank you for your question, Councillor Eason. Thank you. Members, we shall go back to the agenda as published, which means we are at number 5 on the item. So we've got 5.1 Safeguarding Evaluation Report, April 2020 to March 2022, which Councillor Penny Jones will take. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'm pleased to present this Safeguarding Evaluation Report, which provides members with its annual update regarding safeguarding activity across the Council and evaluates the Council's current position across key aspects of safeguarding. I would ask members to receive the report and support this Council's ongoing commitment to safeguarding children and adults at risk. The report itself was developed by the members of the Whole Authority Safeguarding Group, at which every directorate is represented. Jane Rogers, recently appointed Chief Officer, Social Care and Health, was the author of the report and is here representing the WAS. The evaluation also draws on external reports, one of particular note being the Care Inspectorate Wales assurance check of children and adult social services, which was undertaken in February 2021 with an overall positive outcome. The report is based on activity and information, as Matt has already said, from April 20 to March 21. During the majority of this period, COVID restrictions have been in place, and although many restrictions are now lifted, the pandemic continues to have an impact on families and individuals, many of whom may not have had access to preventative and early help support during extended lockdowns. This carries longer-term implications on people's physical health and well-being, on family stability, and for children on levels of anxiety and emotional well-being, for example. Equally, many aspects of safeguarding activity have been shaped by the pandemic. The ongoing pressure within critical social care services, our relationship-based support to provider agencies, our work with community-based and volunteer groups, and our response to homelessness are just some examples of how the pandemic has shaped the safeguarding activity. Some of these areas carry safeguarding risks, and these are set out with the accompanying risk assessment, Appendix 5 of the report. The report provides an evaluation of each of the 5 cornerstones of safeguarding and a self-assessment score as agreed by the whole authority safeguarding group. Out of the 5 areas, 2 have remained at the same level, governance at 5 and robust protection at 3, with the other 3 increasing by 1 level. The domain of robust protection has remained at level 3, which reflects the relentless pressure that is being experienced by our frontline services in a context of increasing complexity and demand. Members will also note areas of improvement in respect of safe workforce, preventative approaches and safe services, which recognises the positive actions taken around safeguard training within the directorates. The preventative approaches pioneered during national lockdowns and the way in which the Council has supported care providers through the pandemic. Nevertheless, safeguarding remains a continuous endeavour, with where there is always more that can be done. Priority actions over the next period will include a focus on training within domestic abuse and awareness raising regarding exploitation and modern-day slavery. Undertaking the next round of safeguarding assessment at service area level, and continuing to support community groups with their safeguarding arrangements. In this regard, I would ask members to note the safeguarding activity plan on Appendix 3, and which will drive the basis of the work within the directorates and the oversight of the whole authority safeguarding group over the next period. The recommendation, Chair, is for members to receive and endorse the annual safeguarding evaluation report and activity plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. There is a raised hands function now in the chat bar, and Councillor Simon Howarth. You're first, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It's just a quick question to Penny and probably our senior officers who may be on board with us this afternoon. Could you, with the report, could you explain reference to our social side of it, our social services, our social workers? How many people you think in Monmouthshire haven't had contact with social services and their social worker in the last couple of years, reference to a visit to making sure they're okay, an evaluation on whether they are being managed properly. It is important because I do have people asking me that they haven't seen a social worker on their caseload. There is a social worker probably assigned to them, but they never see them. Do we have an answer to that? Because I do find that really concerning at the moment on the amount of level that we are offering to people who are vulnerable within our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard, and I will bring in Jane Rogers if that's all right, Chair. But first of all, I'd just like to say that I think very few, I would like to say nobody has not seen or had contact with their social worker if they were already in contact with the social worker. It may not be on a face-to-face basis, it may have been digitally on the phone or whatever, but I do know that arrangements were made and everybody tried their hardest to continue contact at all times. The problem, I think, now is in waiting lists rather than not seeing people face to face. However, can I pass this over to Jane Rogers, please? Chief Officer, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, sorry, just taking a bit of time to switch off the various switches. So yes, thanks. I think Penny's sort of accurately reflected pretty much what I would repeat really. I know for certain in children's services we have continued visiting children who are already open on our caseload in accordance with statutory requirements. When I say visiting, that may not always be face-to-face, but at least making contact through digital means. Of course, demand pressures are always going to have an impact on the amount of visits that we can undertake, but certainly within children's services that's remained at statutory levels. And with adult services too, I know that there's been a great emphasis on really trying to keep connected and making sure that people who do require care and support are receiving it. When we're talking about visits from social workers, of course, there's a whole range of other people and practitioners who may be involved in an individual's care and support plan. So although they may not be having as frequent visits by a social worker as is required, the care and support needs, in my understanding, would nevertheless be met. And it'd be really important, I think, and I'd like to really stress, if there are individuals' concerns, then, you know, to contact myself or Eve just to sort of flag those up to us. That would be very welcomed.
Thank you very much, Jane.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll take that on board and I'll make sure that Jane and her team are notified about what concerns people have. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. Councillor Armand-Watts.
Yeah, hi, Chair. Thank you for bringing me in there. I guess my concern is over the period of time through COVID. I guess you know, through I guess my family's own direct experience with dementia, the people that are going under the radar, people who may not necessarily know that they have dementia, they may have early onset dementia, are certainly not going to the doctors. You know, it's a struggle to even get a doctor's appointment. The dementia unit, you know, particularly in Chepstow, Penny, you know, that moved down to Newport some years ago. Well, that was a great loss. So I can only really talk very confidently about the growing elderly population in our community. And the distance now between them and the help that they might have historically got through interaction with the community, maybe family members, maybe friends not flagging up. No, you know, people are always very reluctant to phone up social services and say, look, a friend of mine or a parent of mine or a loved one has dementia. So we know that nationally the statistics are evidencing that people are going undiagnosed, and Monmouthshire has a particularly elderly population. What have we done that assures you that we are doing something different or improving, particularly when, and forgive me for saying this, I know you'll probably resent this remark, but we're marking our own homework. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Councillor Jones.
Oh, thank you, Armand, for that. Well, first of all, I'd like to say that dementia patients or people with dementia are served quite well in Monmouthshire on the whole, once they've got into the system. For instance, I go to the carers strategy meeting every month, and there we have representatives from Age Concern Cymru, we have carers organisations from different areas, dementia organisations. They're all there and they all work together through the GP surgeries to try and look after the people who have been recently diagnosed and their carers, so families as a whole. So once they're in the system, I think they're remarkably well looked after. However, as you say, it's getting into the system. And I think the problems now is that people haven't been coming forward because they haven't made that first step into the GP surgery. And there is a waiting list with evaluation and assessments because of the nature of the numbers of people and the staff, shortages. So there is a concern, I agree. But people are working really hard to overcome that. And once somebody is, I think what we must do is encourage family members and everybody that we know would highlight to flag up that they have concerns, initially through the GP. But can I now go over to Jane Rogers so that she can reiterate or state what she wants to say? Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Jane.
Thanks, Penny. Yes, and it is absolutely the case that within safeguarding, we really recognise that early support, that building resilience and knowledge within local communities is such an important part of that sort of outer rim of safeguarding. And that's certainly come more into the fore during this period when we've really tried to work with community-based organisations, making sure that their safeguarding arrangements are in place so that they can really support that very early kind of contact with families and with communities, and making sure that when those contacts are made and if vulnerability is recognised, the pathways through into sort of more statutory either health or social care services are in place. But it's always worrying, the people that we don't know about is always that sort of unknown around safeguarding, and the more that we can do to really flag up the idea that people do need to take concern and care for each other and be raising kind of issues if there are some within families or for particular vulnerable individuals.
Chair, if I may, thank you for both of those responses. But my question is, what are we doing about it?
Well, okay, I'll come in first. What are we doing about it? Well, first of all, we're aware of problems, but there's always a hidden element, and until that person comes forward, we cannot go on with them. We cannot help them. As I said to you before, once they come into the system, they will be looked after. No matter about this, we're working with we commission outside bodies. There are a lot of people who are there, but they just need recognition and assessment. And as I say, they have to be flagged up first. We can't go out looking for people. They must come into the system somehow. I mean, if you recommended that you were worried or concerned about somebody or highlighted the fact, then we could investigate and take that forward. But it must come. They must come into the system somehow, and it's usually now through the GP surgery who have contact with the carers themselves, and often and have been advised and trained to contact these agencies, so these people are assessed by them immediately.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. I'll move along to Councillor Eason, please.
Thank you once again, Chair. Thank you, Sally and Penny, and Jane for the report. My question really follows on from Armand's question. It's what I think it may be a disconnect between various agencies. For example, GP surgery, children's services, adult services, housing associations, schools, where sometimes I've had a few cases, my ward is a private ward, and I've had some cases where there seems to be a disconnect between various agencies, and it's left then to maybe one of those agencies who don't follow it up appropriately. And I'm not criticising the system, because I think the system's working fairly well, but you do have these evidences of disconnect. And recently we had a case with Jane in my ward, which I think has been dealt with. But it is the general view that I got is that there tends to be a disconnect, that if you've got somebody coming forward, they go so far in the system, then they're left to one agency, and the other agencies tend to not retain the involvement, and then you've got to bring back an intervention panel to try and move things forward. Can we be sure that there is no disconnect in lots of cases? You mentioned the case that people have got to come forward. You've got to find them first. I know that. What do you believe, Penny?
Can I come in, Chair? I think right. It depends on the complexity of the cases. You're talking about complex cases on the whole, where there is a disconnect. There certainly can be a disconnect, and I'm going to say that it's usually with health. So social services and the surrounding bodies, and health have, as you say, not always been in agreement, and that often stops us progressing with helping the person concerned. How can we stop it? We're trying to stop it. I mean, it's not just our local authority, it's other local authorities and other health boards who have the same problem. How do we go about Stopping it, it is just to highlight it, I think, and to keep on and on and on. But as Jane will agree, it is an issue that is really, it really causes problem. It's not only an issue which affects the actual person themselves because they're not being helped as much as they could be. It's also an issue about finance. You know, we're not getting the share of finance and other agencies that we should be getting if health don't connect with us. And often these people have really complex conditions so that health is an integral part of their treatment. Yeah, so we're aware of it. I agree with you in lots of cases, but it's something that's been worked on from a regional point of view.
Thank you, Penny.
Thank you very much, both. So moving on then to Councillor Tudor-Thomas.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just camera going off. Thank you, Chair, and thanks both for the report. I think my first question is probably partially answered, but you know, I'm concerned about how far we're back to normal in terms of face-to-face reports. My experience is not hugely in care, but if you take schools, you know, there's nothing quite like seeing a pupil to know how well they are and how they're getting on, as opposed to, you know, meeting them up over the internet or on a phone call. And the second part is, as COVID rates seem to be rising, I think it was in the Guardian last week, in Wales now 1 in 40 people have COVID. It's less in England, 1 in 50. You know, are there contingency plans regarding if COVID strikes up again in terms of children's services and also in terms of adult? Because it does concern me about people meeting up digitally, as it were. It's much easier to hide things when you're on the phone or you're on the computer, and we know this ourselves from Teams. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Tudor. Interestingly, as you know from corporate parenting panel, lots of young people are now prefer a digital approach and to do it, you know, and find they can save far more over the phone or over the internet. Yeah, but I do agree it's not the best way. How, you know, and the same with surgeries and GPs. It's not the best way to diagnose people's conditions on the whole. Children's services, are they back to normal? I think, Jane, can I ask you about this? I know that everything is being done to get back to normal, but where do you say you are? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dimitri Petruni.
Oh no, sorry, I was asking Jane Rogers to come in.
Jane.
Should I come in? Yeah. Firstly, I should say that in some respects, children's services have never not been operating in a albeit slightly adjusted way. When it comes to following up child protection or safeguarding inquiries, we've remained always available for those direct home visits, because you're absolutely right, Councillor Thomas, that, you know, in some incidents you can't do the full assessment that is required without actually going to see the people concerned and the child where they live or are cared for. And we've maintained throughout the pandemic period that sort of risk assessed approach, that if the risks are such that it warrants that direct home visit or direct piece of work, that will be done. And that's been the case throughout the pandemic. We've always been in this sort of dynamic risk assessed way of operating the service, in the sense that, you know, we've as COVID sort of rates and situations have fluxed, we've upped our risk assessments around the more or less home visits that have been done. But it's always been the case that where those risks have been high or significant, we've been out there doing the direct visit, and we are virtually back to normal, other than the legacy positives that we've taken from some of the digital approaches which Penny has just referred to, that actually some young people, some parents, when we're doing some of the direct interventions, benefit much more from the way of engaging with them digitally. When it comes to risk, though, the direct visit is what's required, and that's in place. And the same for adult services. I know that it's still very much the direct services operating out of Mardy Park, out of the integrated hubs, is still very much around that direct visit engagement.
So can I come back in, please? Just to say that you asked about contingency plans, but in fact, everything kept going as much as it possibly could within the government guidelines throughout the pandemic, throughout the lockdown. And so it will carry on. I mean, it's not up to us to say, you know, what happens. It'd be the Welsh Government that implements any further restrictions if they come in. But I think we'll carry on as normal, or as we are now, as much as possible. And as Jane has emphasised, with young people in particular, that they have tried to do face-to-face where it's most appropriate.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I'm reassured that, and particularly with what Jane said about where there is high risk, that there are face-to-face visits. Yes. I know that implies risk for your staff as well. And obviously, I'm on corporate pen, and I do appreciate what's going on. But I think it's been an incredibly difficult situation. But thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. Councillor Dimitri Petruni.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry for this. It's like starting my new DJing career, as you can see. One nuanced question and then a wider question, if I may, Penny and Jane. Slight confusion from my head, and I appreciate it be my understanding. We have a section called Preventative Approach, and we've scored ourselves 5. And then below that, we have a Robust Protection heading, and we've scored ourselves a 3. And then I read the said sections, and both of which include housing and homelessness, as well as other things, admittedly. And we sort of mark ourselves ostensibly on a few key indicators and partnership working. And there's a huge emphasis on partnership working, which I hugely encourage. But I can't understand why in one area we have a 5, preventative, but then we talk about a robust, and take housing because it's cited in both. So we're good, really good at preventing homelessness. But then when we protect, robust protect, and I think you need to be clear on what you mean by robust protect. We're not great when it comes to housing and children, vulnerable children and adults. So I just, from my understanding, I would like that explained a little bit further, because I can see it in bold at the bottom. There's persistent referrals, upward trend in referrals of children and adult services and for individuals with housing and homeless needs. Now, we do know, and I appreciate there's an immense strain and it's all across the country, that this is not going to ease. It's just going to continue, particularly as certain other government policies unfold. And I'm just skeptical of the self-assessment criteria, and that leads to my wider question, because I've been in this council too long and soon will be leaving, is what I've seen us say before, that we were great as a council. Almost, we had an independent report maybe a few months later that said we were failing on safeguarding. And so as a councillor, I would like for that reassurance of, are we sure we're this good? Because we were sure last time and then we were told we weren't. And it took us 6 months to disbelieve that we weren't that good at safeguarding. So are we confident of this, or are we in our little bubbles patting ourselves on the back saying that we are really, really good? Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Penny Jones. Oh, you're mute, Penny.
Sorry, that was some time ago, that report, and to be honest, we've had an excellent safeguarding record since, insofar as we have progressed. There's always further to go. Let me make that caveat straight away. Preventative approach remains a strong area of safeguarding practice. For instance, this is what the CIW said this year. A particular strength of Monmouthshire County Council is its commitment to develop a range of innovative and creative preventative services and ways of working with people in finding their own solutions in preventing or delaying their need for statutory care and support. We saw evidence in our annual activity of our extensive range of preventative community-based services that support early intervention and good outcomes for people. So I think that sums up why it's been given a good mark. And the way forward, if we get congratulated like that on the way it's being handled, then I think it deserves that mark. Robust protection is something else. It's operating, as you say, best practice in protecting children and adults at risk and that concerns possible abuse or neglect. Well, for a start, multi-agency plans and interventions reduce risk. We've just had a pandemic, which has reduced our ability to go in early, for instance. In some cases, people are getting away with abuse, and it's just highlighting a problem that we've got. We act, we'll deal with it, but it will, you know, it can never be a high score as long as there are problems with with safeguarding itself, which there is especially during lockdown. However, I will get back to I'll ask Jane to come in, and then I'll come back in if you want me to.
Well,
Jane,
can I just ask on that before Jane?
Yes, sorry.
This is my ignorance. You said in your response about robust, that about going there early doors, and the pandemic has hindered that process.
Yeah.
Going in early doors, is that not preventative? Is that not a preventative tool? And I'm asking the question. I'm genuinely trying to get clarity for my own mind.
Yeah. Well,
if
okay.
robust protection's about early intervention, then how is that not defined as preventative?
Okay, I will go back to Jane on this because she is the writer of the report. But having said that, what is happening is that they're defining each area as much as they can. They haven't lumped together great areas, you know, that you would say, oh, that, you know, it's too big an area to actually assess. So what they've done is broken it down. So Jane, can I come into you and say the difference between the two areas?
Jane.
Thanks. So prevention is all those things that are put in place, like we cited the early help panel within children's services. We've talked about the volunteering activity that was stood up and accelerated during COVID. We've talked about the homelessness intervention panel, which are all sort of examples of early help activity and on a partnership approach. So that is all about going in early, trying to sort of recognise signs and symptoms in an early way and respond to them on a multi-agency level. I think that's where it was recognised that even during the sort of COVID pandemic period, we've managed to kind of keep those at a high level and keep going with those early help and preventative approaches. So I think that was sort of reflected in our score of 5. With robust protection, that's really about once those if safeguarding or protection concerns are raised, then what is the response, and what's the response moving forward with a protective plan or the care and support needs that would reduce the safeguarding concerns around an adult at risk. And I think that score of 3 in that sense really reflects that increase of that sort of relentlessness of the pressure that is on those critical response services at a multi-agency level. So it's safeguarding, of course, it is around the multi-agency response, and what's happening in one partner will affect the other partners. So health, police, the pressures that have been right across that system do have a direct impact on social care and safeguarding within the council. Even pressures that are on provider agencies, pressures around dom care. So when we're that robust protection where we're responding, we're having to do that from a safeguarding point of view in a very wide context of everything that is going on within critical response services. And that's why we took that sort of cautious approach to 3. I don't think, you know, we're confident within the council that when a safeguarding concern is recognised, it is responded to, but it's then the ongoing sort of protective plans and care and support plans where there will be that impact because of the pressure that's on the whole system at the moment. And the other point I would make is that, you know, as with anything, these scores are, you're trying to sort of capture where we think we are, but in a really, you know, a score out of 0 to 6, when you're talking about the huge area that is safeguarding, it is very difficult to sort of pin that down into a score, but we do try to persevere with it, and we try and ensure that through the whole authority safeguarding group, we are building in that sense of critical challenge through each directorate. and also why within the evaluation reports we do try, where there is information available, draw on external sources of evaluation as well. So I totally take on board the points of sort of marking your own homework, but we try within that process to build in opportunities for critical challenge, and to where we can turn to external sources for sort of triangulation of that. I would also say that, you know, going back over the period of time from when in 2012 we were in sort of a more critical situation and an exposed situation with safeguarding, we have made huge progress over those years, to the point now where our sort of level of getting down into the granular detail within specific service areas and teams within all directorates across the service are such now where we do have a fairly robust pathway for feeding up concerns and incidences, which then do need sort of more review from the whole authority safeguarding group perspective, and also which does directly feed into our overall evaluative processes, and that's through the safes that we use.
Thank you, Jane.
Okay, we'll move on then to Councillor Francis Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you, oh, sorry, I seem to have a little bit of a lag there. Sorry, Chair. Thank you. Can I just check if I understood correctly what you said there? I understood you to say that in safeguarding terms, we can take assurance that where a safeguarding issue is raised, that there is a good quality and you know, timely response. However, when it comes to taking action in respect of that particular concern, whatever it is, that issues in terms of pressures, staffing and other matters may mean that we are not able to deliver. That's what I understood you to say, so I'd be really grateful for clarification. And then following on from that, then, if that is the case, whilst, you know, our processes for identifying issues and concerns and sharing those across the authority and with partners, you said have improved since 2012. However, if the responses potentially, because of the pressures that both of you have cited, have not necessarily led to different outcomes, what assurances can ordinary elected members take? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Well, I think we can honestly say that if an issue is highlighted, it is dealt with in one format or another. So you know, it would never be, if there was a highlighting, if there was a safeguarding issue, it cannot be left. I mean, that would just be totally irresponsible. So it would be dealt with somehow. There are pressures, but, you know, since 2012, which is nearly 10 years ago, the pressures that have built up recently are pandemic, which is across the nation, well, across the world. So obviously, we've got to work around those. Safeguarding cannot be allowed, the level of safeguarding cannot be allowed to reduce. But there may be, for instance, the training was put on hold, face-to-face training, but we took it digitally instead. So everybody's training carried on. You know, nothing was allowed to relapse. And, you know, I think there isn't an issue about delivery, except perhaps in lesser, you know, in more preventative, not preventative, I don't know how to say this really. Yes, perhaps in more preventative ways, but certainly not when there's an action to be had, that action will be taken up. So Jane, would you like to come in on that or not?
Jane, please.
That's fine, thanks, Penny. Yeah, I think that just to try and clarify the point that Councillor Taylor asked for clarification on, if a safeguarding concern or child protection concern is raised, it is responded to, and the safeguarding or the child protection concern is dealt with. as effectively as it needs to be. So a child, the investigation will happen. There'll be multi-agency discussions around it. A child protection plan will be put in place. From an adult's point of view, the investigation into whatever the alleged concern is will be investigated. I think where that sort of pressure is on the ongoing, once the safeguarding concerns are dealt with, the ongoing response to the care and support, the longer term care and support needs of individuals. And, you know, I suppose we haven't dropped a score, we've just remained where we are. And I think that is that sense of, you know, you can never be complacent about where you are from an ongoing sort of safeguarding point of view. So no matter what preventative services you have in, what you try to do to sort of stop safeguarding concerns from being, you know, occurring in the first place, it's always from that robust protection point of view. There is always more that can be done, and the pressures that are across the partner landscape at the moment because of the pandemic are such that, you know, it's just an area that we want to really maintain that critical lens over. So once we've responded, we've dealt with the immediate concerns and issues, it's then how is the ongoing sort of care and support plan delivered during these pandemic times, and that's been really critical. And it is, you know, factors like how many vacancies we've got, whether dom care packages are returned to us, whether we can safely you know, allow people to discharge from hospital. All these things are creating huge pressures within the system. So it's again, this is one of those challenges within safeguarding, is how wide you take it. When we talk about a child protection concern being raised, or a concern that an adult at risk is being abused or harmed in any ways, those concerns are responded to.
Thank you.
Just if I may then, Chair, to clarify, to recap then, we can take some assurance that immediate concerns are dealt with. I think the Cabinet member used the term, it would never be left. So, you know, we do need to take some comfort from the Cabinet member's reassurance there. However, what now leaves me with more concern is that obviously, because whilst, you know, an immediate, you know, presumably fairly high level issue could be dealt with, but actually the ongoing care and support that is needed to prevent that from escalating again is possibly not in place. That's what I've heard then. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Did you want to respond to that comment at all, Councillor Jones?
It's not. Oh, sorry, I don't agree with the term "not in place." I agree with the term. Perhaps it could just be that there is a pressure,
Okay.
but it's certainly not in place. Not, you know, it's not in place is not the terminology I would use.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Penn-Jones, thank you very much for that. Councillor Francis, thank you for your questions. Jane Rogers, thank you very much for attending. We shall now put this to the vote, members. The recommendation was sent out in the agenda pack. It's on page 3. It's at 2.1, and I shall read it for you. For members to receive and endorse the annual safeguard and evaluation report and activity plan. So that will now go into the chat bar to be voted on, members. Okay, thank you, members. I can confirm that has been overwhelmingly supported, so we can move on through the agenda. Thank you very much, all. Moving on then to 5.2, which is climate and decarbonisation strategy. Councillor Jane Pratt.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I would like to present our updated climate change action plan, which is before Council today, with the backdrop of the COP26 climate change conference taking place in Glasgow. As Cabinet member responsible for this area, I have chosen to bring this updated plan to Council on a regular basis, such as the importance that I and my Cabinet colleagues place on the commitment made by this council in 2019 to reduce our emissions to net zero by 2030. I previously updated Council last June regarding progress that had been made, and that is described in 3.4 in the paper. The 10 objectives within the strategy remain unchanged, with an exception to the wording of the commitment to green spaces to better reflect the action needed to address the nature emergency which we face. I anticipate coming back with an even more ambitious document in 2022 as technologies change and new opportunities arise. In the coming months, we will be working collaboratively with the Cardiff Capital Region to report emissions using the globally recognised carbon disclosure system, and will use data from climate experts at the Tyndall Centre for Climate Change in Manchester to set carbon budgets which are aligned with the United Nations Paris Agreement. We've established a relationship with Oxfordshire County Council, who are probably the UK's leading authority on EV charging, and we will work with other experts to do some of the local analysis and data gathering needed to develop a game-changing EV strategy. Amongst other things, this will lay the groundwork for on-street charging, one of the biggest barriers to EV take-up for many households without driveways, probably using a solution similar to that developed in Oxfordshire called the Gull E. Since our last discussion in June, we have seen some exciting developments in our area. A significant development was the mega brewery, which is now operated by Budweiser, has gone green with the deployment of hydrogen power, the hydrogen fueling production, as well as key logistics, including HGVs and forklifts. This sets a great example for business in our region. This week, there's also been a commitment from Welsh Government that all new schools will in future be carbon neutral. And we had already committed to this in the building of our new school in Abergavenny. Debbie Jackson and Deb Hill-Howells continue to press ahead with the procurement of a greener fleet for MCC, and we now have 13 electric vehicles, 6 hybrid, 2 electric road sweepers, and we have on order 4 electric vans for the grounds and highways team. We've just completed some trials with the car parking team, which went well, and we are just waiting for confirmation of the order for 3 new vans. We did have a trial recently with an electric refuse vehicle, which I'm afraid did not go well, as the range is just not there at present for our operation. The vehicle only lasted until lunchtime on the single charge, and this does highlight the challenges facing rural areas like Monmouthshire that are so different, you know, from the challenges in urban areas. Looking ahead, we have ambition to build a new depot to the south of the county next to our solar farm, subject to the replacement LDP, which would allow us to run our fleet from renewable energy, perhaps eventually producing and using green hydrogen for our HGVs where conventional electric power isn't yet feasible. Achieving our commitments will not be cost neutral, and we will have to make decisions in the future that will require additional capital, an example being the new Abergavenny School. The Climate Change Action Plan cannot be delivered by the Council alone, and we are indebted to the members of our cross-party Climate Change Action Group and community climate champions, as well as our residents, for their energy, enthusiasm and expertise. I would like to thank our officers for the exceptional efforts they put into this agenda, going above and beyond. All officers across the council who are so committed to our climate change objectives. Much engagement has taken place, organised by Matt and Hazel, to develop this latest plan, including workshops this September, engagement at the youth activities that have been arranged this summer, and at events like the Usk Show and the Climate Futures Festival in Monmouthshire. I'm encouraged that we have a graduate trainee who will be spending a year with us from next January, working in this area before moving on to complete a year with the Health Board. There are still frustrations, as there is still so much to do nationally to deliver the retrofitting of homes to make them more sustainable and bring down the cost of heating homes. And this technology is badly needed for the vulnerable and those residents on low incomes that are fighting fuel poverty. And I welcome the successful bid that was mentioned by Councillor John earlier on. This week, we've been discussing projects such as the Mega Walkway Station, which is a project that we're all keen to see funded and delivered, but it isn't happening as quickly as we would like. Be assured that this administration is doing everything it can to forward the delivery of this and other sustainable transport solutions that will reduce pollution and encourage a healthier lifestyle, as well as cutting emissions. There's too many fantastic developments taking place, too many to mention here, but the Library of Things, our reuse shops, our repair cafes, so please take a good look at the plan, which covers every aspect of our lives. I hope Council will endorse the updated action plan and support the recommendations as set out in section 2 of the paper. And I'm very happy to answer any questions from members. Thank you very much, Chair.
You're muted, Chair.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Jane, for bringing that report to Council. Thank you very much. And we will go to members who have indicated they wish to speak. So, Councillor Martin Grupert.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jane, for introducing the report. It's a very great privilege for me to be the Labour Party representative on the working group and to work with people from across the political divide, and also with some extremely committed officers who I think are really making a difference. I would like to particularly, I think, highlight the roles of Matt Gatehouse at the senior level for the very strong commitment that he shows. And of course, at almost a day-to-day level, Hazel Clapworthy, who is inspirational in the way that she has grasped the role and also expanded the work of all sorts of people around the country to come together for the common good. And really, if we don't get that common good, then the only possible alternative is a common disaster. And what worries me is that we are really going to need such a fundamental change of direction in the way that we live, the way that we organise much of our society and our production, that unless we are really fundamentally committed to this and driving it, we will not get to net carbon zero by 2030, which is where we're trying to get. I wonder if I could suggest, in order to help this along and to improve its chances of ultimate success, an additional 2.3 in the recommendations. And this is offered totally in the spirit of strengthening in a cross-party way what this committee is trying to achieve. And if I could just read it through. So this would be 2.3. That in order to facilitate the full implementation of this strategy, the Council will create a new post within the senior leadership team, the role of which would be to make the Council net carbon zero by 2030, and a new team from across Council departments who will be focused on making the Council net carbon neutral by 2030, while also remaining available to undertake departmental work as appropriate. Now, as I understand the current situation, we've got Matt Gatehouse taking a lead in bringing this at senior management level, but we also have Francis O'Brien and Peter Davis meeting together informally with other senior leaders on a monthly basis. We then, at a more departmental level, we've got Hazel Clapworthy, who only works for 3 days a week. From January, we have a joint appointment with the Health Board for 1 year. And then we have right across all our departments, or the majority of them, people who are committing different amounts of their work to carbon reduction in Monmouthshire. For example, we've got Ian Hockham doing work on calculating our baseline emissions, measuring progress towards our targets. We've got Debbie Jackson in transport, sourcing and testing electric vehicles. We've got Deb Hill-Howells exploring the use of hydrogen to power our fleet, among other things. We've got Mark Cleaver and the Countryside team working on tree planting. We've got Peter Davis and the finance team working together and liaising with the pension fund on disinvestment from fossil fuels. It seems to me that this is disparate and we need to pull it together so there is a very clear focus, both within officers working to this 2030 deadline and in senior leadership to have a clear single voice pointing us in that direction. Now, I'm really sorry, Chair, that I wasn't able to give very clear notice to our cabinet member that I was going to bring this forward. And if it's too quick to say yes or no at this council meeting, let's give a commitment in principle. And I would very, very happily work with Jane Pratt and officers to bring it to a conclusion that would get what we want in terms of this clear direction. On the other hand, if she wants to reject it, that would not be fine, but I could understand that. But I'm anxious that whatever happens, this is at the centre of everything we do within this authority, and I'm very committed to that, as is the Labour group on the County Council. So I'd like to hear an immediate reaction from Councillor Pratt, even if it is, can we talk about this more in the future? It sounds like it might be a very interesting idea. So over to you, Councillor Pratt.
No, before we go to Councillor Pratt, I'll step in there, Councillor Groker, and say that I won't allow the 2.3 as a recommendation. The report has been written and has been circulated in the agenda pack. That doesn't stop you, of course, bringing the same comments or the same in a motion at a following meeting, but I won't allow it into this because it would be unfair for members who have not been able to consider the wording that you just put forward. Neither would it be fair for the senior officers who have created the report. So with that in mind, Jane, if you wanted to discuss or to answer any of the other points, but I will not be allowing a 2.3 as a recommendation.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And if I welcome the amount of thought that Councillor Grocott has put into this, and he is a very valued member of our cross-party working group. And can I just make a suggestion, because these ideas that he's putting forward need to be costed, and this could be something that could be considered by the working group. So I'd really like to take that away, and we can look at this further, but it needs to be properly costed. Okay. I'd like just to add as well that we do have the graduate trainee that is starting. We have everybody across this organisation working on the climate change agenda in every department, because we have to be moving all in the same direction here. And we've also secured funding from Welsh Government for the EV charging strategy, which I mentioned, which we have decided that we'll probably go ahead and use an expert consultancy, which would be cheaper than bringing in an additional member of staff, and will make better use of those resources. But the suggestions made by Councillor Grocott could be considered by the working group, and obviously costings could be put together by that group.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pratt. Councillor Tony Eason.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jane, for your report. My question isn't one of concern, but it's regarding the electric vehicles you have for refuse collection. Concern would be too strong a word, but obviously it's not working at the moment. In the South Severn side, we've got electric buses running backwards and forwards to Newport every day from Chepstow to Newport. And I believe Mr. Cope, our transport manager, obviously works with both authorities. Have you sought, and I do believe that Newport have electric refuse lorries as well. Have you sought not advice, his thoughts on how the buses manage to run back and forward all day, and we had a problem with our refuse trucks? Perhaps an insight into that would be helpful, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Pratt.
Thank you very much, Councillor Easton. I mean, as I mentioned, we've just recently trialled a electric vehicle, and it only lasted until lunchtime, an electric waste vehicle. And we are looking at these vehicles all the time. But we have a very different situation here to Newport. And, you know, we've got a county that is nearly 700 square miles. And if you went to Torvine, you're only talking about 60 square miles. So the challenges that we have are very, very different. We do have a new Green Routes electric bus, which we've recently procured. So, you know, we're doing everything we can to get these electric vehicles. But if I'm totally honest with you, I think the future, and when I was at my party conference in Manchester, I spent the whole time looking at new technologies and new transport, new vehicles. And I think that it will probably be eventually the hydrogen powered larger vehicles that will suit, you know, the topography and geography that we have here in Monmouthshire. But be assured, Councillor Eason, you know, Debbie and our fleet manager, she's absolutely on top of this, and she looks at everything all the time to see if there's something that will suit us. So, you know, Newport's very different to us. It's an urban area, and, you know, it's chalk and cheese, quite frankly. I hope that answers your question.
Well, it's pretty well answered it, but yes, the buses are running on a rural route from Newport to Chepstow every day, and it may be an advantage to get some information. And yes, I know Debbie Jackson very well, and I believe that hydrogen might be the power of the future. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ruth Edwards, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's just to say that to thank Jane wholeheartedly, really, how she has informed a lot of the people looking perhaps on this remotely, and Jane has presented it with great clarity that most people would understand how forward-looking Monmouthshire is in going carbon neutral. And as you explained, Jane is so passionate about it. She works well with other authorities and everything, but it is a very rural ward, and my ward is particularly rural. And I think the people tend to criticise the council all the time, but I think we've got something that we can be very proud of, and we're doing our utmost to move forward with all this carbon neutral. So I thank you very much, Jane, for presenting that very clear and down to earth, so that most people looking in could understand exactly where we are going with this. And I thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Edwards.
Thank you very much. Martin, I just mentioned that your mic is on still. Sorry. Before I go on to Councillor Taylor Francis Taylor.
Good afternoon, Chair, again. Thank you for presenting that to us, Councillor Pratt. I think all of us, you know, in the shadow of COP26 are really pleased to see definitive actions and commitments from this authority. One point that, so 2 points I particularly wanted to make. The first is that you mentioned Mega Brewery, which of course I know well, that is in the ward that I represent, and I'm aware of their proposals and what's currently happening in terms of their looking to go net zero. However, if I think back very recently, as an example of how some of the thinking is out of kilter, around 80 mature trees, and I mean really mature, I mean like oaks, etc., have been lost as that brewery expands and develops. So I just wanted to mention that some of our wider processes, you know, in terms of planning, estates and other decision making must be aligned to the drivers that we have in this climate plan, so that in the future, where we are considering, for example, for businesses to expand or develop, which we, understand sometimes that is necessary, we also give due consideration to the impact. We have to have balanced approach to development. We've heard so many speeches this week about how that lack of balance has resulted in this critical point that we all see ourselves in. So previously, where we've seen development, business, jobs, employment as sacrosanct, we have less valued the impact on our environment and on, so wider in the plan, it talks about having increased tree planting, canopies to cool, and I see that as a really great thing. But in terms of some of what we've lost for where we are now, I think that we have to just be thinking constantly in a new way. Old thinking has no place here. The second point I wanted to make was with regard to Mega Station. Chair, you will note that we recently had a briefing which the Cabinet member joined us in, which was really helpful to talk about the progress that is being made. And we are really at critical point here in moving Mega Station forward. And whilst we in the Mega Group, who have been toiling away for almost 10 years now in bringing Mega forward, are very grateful for the support that the authority has shown. Now is the time, I think, for real political leadership in terms of turning some of the great rhetoric into reality. So we have an opportunity here to make Mega Station the first station on that South Wales Main Line Burns Commission report a reality. And I think I certainly am looking to the Cabinet member and the wider political leadership to really help us turn that into reality. And I know the Cabinet member is committed to that, and I would be really grateful for her support going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pratt, do you want to respond to any comments?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Taylor, for those very valid points that you raised. And I'll deal with the first one about trees, first of all. And I mean, it is regrettable that trees are lost anywhere, and we don't want to see any tree cut down that can be avoided. But really, that is part, I would think, of the planning process. And, any tree that is cut down, there must be mitigation. I know on the A465, for example, which has gone through my ward, for every tree that was removed, I think they had to plant 5 or 7 trees. So, that needs to be in law. It's not just about planting trees. And I think last time we said we wanted to plant 10,000 trees. Well, we planted over, I think, about 8,500, but we had a very interesting talk at our cross-party climate group from a tree expert, and he's basically planting trees and advising government all over Wales. And he said, to us, and it was a very interesting talk, it's not just about planting trees, it's about planting trees in the right place and the right sort of trees as well. So, there's a lot to think about. And of course, the other thing is that we do use all the profits from our reuse shops to buy and plant trees in our county. So I totally agree with you, but I think as far as cutting down trees to build a new factory, then that has to be part of the planning process at that stage. And I'd be obviously advised by our planners on that. As far as Mega Station is concerned, yes, I mean, I was very encouraged to hear, and I don't know whether you've had an opportunity to read the First Minister's speech that he gave before the COP26 climate change conference, but in that press release, he did make reference to the new stations. So I was, very pleased to see that, and I've read that actually since we had that meeting the other day. But I can assure you that myself and the leader will be doing everything in our power to really, bring Mega Station to the attention of everybody in authority in Westminster and anywhere else, so that we can see this station delivered, which ticks every box as far as, a more sustainable lifestyle and encouraging people to have healthier lifestyles, as well as cutting our carbon footprint. But thank you very much for the points you raised.
Many thanks.
Thank you very much, both. Councillor Lisa Dimmock.
Sorry, can you hear me? Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to thank the Cabinet member, Councillor Pratt. She has shown complete compassion and dedication to this, and I just want to thank you for bringing it back, and thank you ever so much for mentioning Mega Station. I know how I'm frustrated after 4.5 years. I can't begin to imagine how frustrated Councillor Taylor is after 10 years of campaigning, but I think we've got the right person to help us get that. So thank you ever so much, Jane, for all your hard work, and I think it's very well timed considering COP26. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dimmock.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Councillor Armand-Watts, please.
Yes, thanks, Chair. My question is about the overall investment in the car parks and infrastructure to, well, I guess it's in relation to kind of range anxiety for residents and I guess people, tourists, people coming through Monmouthshire. So currently in our certainly in the town car parks, I guess in the south, that semi kind of urban area, we've invested a substantial amount of money, which is a good thing, in ensuring that the recharge facilities are available to people. What I'm concerned about, though, is a bit like Betamax and VHF, where we're kind of investing in one specific technology. What are we doing to effectively spread our bets to ensure that we're not invested in the wrong type of technology? How are we keeping up with it? And what are we doing to offset people's range anxiety in relation to, say, for example, plug-in hybrids as opposed to just straightforward hybrids? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watts, for raising this very important point. And I'm pleased to be able to report that Welsh Government are really committed to ensuring that every trunk road in Wales has a fast charging facilities along it. And that was actually something that was spoken about by the First Minister in his speech before COP26. As far as we're concerned, we've managed to get Welsh Government funding to do a special project on EV charging and make sure that we're ahead of the game, and we want to see these fast chargers, fully available for all our residents. And we're also, as I explained earlier, working very closely with Oxfordshire County Council, who are the leaders in this field, to make sure that we can help people when they get their own electric cars, especially where they live in streets where, they don't have a driveway. So, we're really putting every effort into this, and can I assure Councillor Watts that, that money that we've secured to make sure that we have the right infrastructure in place will be put to very good use, and I'm sure he'll be seeing. I mean, I'm looking at car parks in my ward at the moment that haven't got EV chargers and need them. And I was out in Goitra last week, and I noticed there where you've got the public toilets, there aren't any EV chargers. So I would really welcome communication from Councillor Watts and any other councillor who feels that, we need we'll be looking at it, but if you feel strongly that there's a need in your ward, then please get in touch with me, and, we can make sure that we address it.
Well, that's a really positive answer. Thank you for that response. I mean, I certainly will, but I mean, it's all very well me. I mean, I could think of a number of places where we could do with charges. For example, the rugby club, the football club, etc., which gets used on a regular basis. I was just kind of curious. You mentioned kind of Oxford there. Why specifically Oxford when we know that Oxford and Gloucestershire work in combination together? Why aren't we also working with Gloucestershire if they are already in collaboration what I'm trying to say to you is that Oxford are already in collaboration with Gloucestershire. We sit alongside Gloucestershire. Chepstow, a little bit of Chepstow's in Gloucestershire, albeit it's got a Newport postcode. I know that confuses everybody, but that's the reality of the situation. Wouldn't it be a smart thing to do to try and join up, if you like, the geography of it all by combining a partnership with them too? So just to reiterate, is there any finance available? So if I come to you and say, Jane, I'd really like, say, 10 charges in Thornwell. Thornwell always gets overlooked for just about everything. Would that be available? If I asked you now, can I have 10 charges? Can I have 10 charges?
Right, well, the quick answer would be that obviously we're doing this project and we will be identifying where we'll be using the next round of Welsh Government funding, which we have been promised by the First Minister last week will be coming our way. And I can assure you Thornwell will be top of our list.
Top of the list.
Yes. The other point that you made about Oxfordshire County Council, we're very lucky. We've got an absolutely dynamic and chief executive who works very hard networking throughout the UK to make sure that we work with the best in their field. And Oxfordshire County Council are leading the UK in EV charging. So we're very fortunate that we've been able to glean a lot of information from them without having to pay for it ourselves. And they've shared that information with us, which, has saved us a considerable amount of money. And, I'm, very grateful to Matt and the team, and also to Paul Matthews for all the work they've done to make sure that we're going to be ahead of the game.
So we won't be working. Sorry, Chair. Sorry.
We'll always work with Gloucestershire. We'll work with anybody, Councillor Watts. But at the moment in time, Gloucester County Council are not in the same place as Oxfordshire County Council.
I'm going to move to the next member wishing to speak, which is Councillor Joanne Watkins, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Jane, for presenting the report, and it is obviously I've already been through it in some amount of detail in the climate working group, so thank you for presenting it so nicely to everyone else on the full council. So I raised this within the climate working group, but I think it's probably useful to raise it again now, just so that it will then be heard by the whole audience of the council. One of my concerns, and I'm sure it's a concern experienced by many councillors, is that we have planting that's going on. The Welsh Government has given money for green infrastructure. My own ward has benefited from that, and I've been very grateful and impressed with the work that's been carried out. But there is no money that comes through from Welsh Government for the maintenance of the green infrastructure once it's in place, and therefore it becomes part of the regular council budget that we have to set up in terms of ground maintenance. And Nigel Leeworthy, our wonderful head of grounds maintenance, probably gets really fed up of me contacting him all the time, trying to get extra things sorted out in the ward. So are we going to make sure as a council, when we are setting the budget, which will be happening very soon, that we are allocating enough money to maintain all of the wonderful green infrastructure that we're planting? And that we can actually make sure that this is then done so that it will benefit residents, so that they will see the benefits of the additional planting coming through. Because otherwise, if it just gets all overgrown and weed infested and not growing in the right ways, then we'll lose the goodwill of our residents. And it's really important that we do keep people on board with the whole of our plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watkins, and you do raise a very important point, and we've had to completely rethink the way we approach the maintenance of our open spaces and make sure that we have opportunities for pollinating insects. So there has been a complete rethink, and be assured that the officers are working very, very carefully to make sure that areas are managed and that, as you rightly say, things are not neglected, because if that happens, then we will lose the hearts and minds of our residents. I'm very pleased to say that we've had very few complaints about our new approach. For example, increasing wildflowers, and we know that if we wild up areas, that is how we're going to address the balance, and we will, you know, all these actions will enable us to keep at 1.5 degrees and not increasing. So very important points that you raise, and if we're going to plant trees to provide canopies, as you point out, because in the future it's going to be a lot hotter and we're going to need more shade, then all these things need to be maintained. And I'm sure that officers take the points that you raise, you know, very, very carefully, and will make sure that they address them when they set their budgets for next year. But thank you very much for raising those points.
Thank you very much, both. Councillor Dimitri Petruni. Oh, sorry, Councillor Alan Davis.
Oh,
sorry.
Alan. Yeah.
Alan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jane, for the report. A lot of very good work gone on there. I can see that. And certainly more to do. But I'm interested in, particularly a fan of hydrogen, because the byproduct is water and not things that pollute the atmosphere. But like most things, there are advantages and disadvantages with hydrogen. And one of the main disadvantages is that it's currently produced predominantly from fossil fuels. And that produces a lot of CO2 into the atmosphere. So my question is really, as part of your deliberations on your committee, are you looking at a sustainable source of hydrogen? Because there are processes which can produce it sustainably. But if we are going to use hydrogen that is produced via fossil fuels, and actually one wonders whether that is the right approach, because actually we're putting more CO2 into the atmosphere to produce the hydrogen in the first place. Thank you.
Mr. Pratt.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davis. You raised a very important point, and yes, we have to look at the background to any energy that we use, and as you say, it completely defeats the whole object. And there are two types of hydrogen, green and blue, and I think at the moment we'll have to see how the market sort of sorts itself out. Because, for example, in the heating of homes, I attended some fringe events where, you know, the gas companies are very keen, for example, to keep the existing infrastructure, and you can use the existing boilers, but you can have 20% hydrogen and 80% of the gas, and you can mix it together. But as you say, I'm sure the gas companies are quite concerned and they want to stay in the game. So there's a lot really that is sorting itself out at the moment. I was very impressed with Manchester University and the work that's going on up there. And of course, we've been producing hydrogen for hundreds of years. This is not a new technology, but no, it has to be looked at very carefully. And we are thinking in the future, and I don't think it's too far away, that we can actually site a depot next to our solar farm in the south of the county, and we could then use the energy and actually produce our own hydrogen. So that would be the sort of basis that we'd be moving ahead. But we've got to watch this space and see how the technology develops, because a lot of these technologies at the moment are very expensive. For example, if you want to buy a hydrogen bus, I think it's about £800,000. So, we've got to watch, but we do also have the hydrogen facility at Abergavenny, and we've got the tie-up with River Simple. I did ask them for an update this week, but I haven't heard back from them, I'm afraid. But I think we've got to have an open mind at the moment, and I take on board the important points that you make. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jane. I think we're all aware that hydrogen is the gas of the future, or the fuel of the future, but there's a massive amount of investment and new technology needed to make it, a sustainable fuel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both. Councillor Dimitri Petruni.
Thank you, Chair. 2 points. First, on Martin's amendment, can I just be clear on what constitutional basis that was done? Is it on 27.13.2?
I can come back to you on that, Dimitri.
Because the following amendment allows you, Chair, to waive that at the discretion of the majority. So I was just intrigued why that was dismissed so out of hand. And the reason for Martin's motion is to clearly put this human staff infrastructure in place. Because the first thing that strikes me when I read this plan is it's going to take an enormous amount of staff resource, understandably and rightly. So we need to have the team in council all set up to deliver all these plans. I haven't counted all the plans.
Councillor Petrini, are you going to repeat the same information that I disallowed as a recommendation? Because I did invite Councillor Grocott to bring that forward as a motion. No,
I'm just talking about the plan now. I've moved on to the plan. I was asking for clarification on the point you dismissed it, because you can't dismiss it. You can dismiss it on the basis of a technicality, but then you can rescind that. That's your power as set out in the Constitution. So I was just wondering what basis you made your decision on. That was all. I've moved on to the plan now.
Okay, well, I can come back to you on that separately. Are you now?
Okay.
Do you have a question for Councillor Pratt?
That's what I was doing, Chair. I was going on. We need the staff infrastructure to deliver all these projects, because I see the timescales for most of them are 2021 to 2023, which is obviously now and for 2 years. And there's quite a lot of them now. I haven't added them, Jane, but it's a lot. And I'm just wondering, human resource and staff capacity wise, are you confident we have got the staff infrastructure in place to deliver some of these plans, which some of them are, I would say simple, but relatively straightforward to deliver, and some require a lot of thought, a lot of thinking through. And I know some would say innovative and collaborative, but that takes a lot of time and human resource. So that's my question, and that's how it was linked to Martin's motion, Chair. And I'm pleased, surprising for me, I'm pleased that we're trying to account admissions now. I can see that's part of our I never understood how we produced the carbon decarbonation plan, and we didn't count how much carbon we were making and then stopping or preventing. So I'm pleased that's finally in there. That sort of makes sense to me. I also want to ask around the road policy of your administration. So I could see the overall objectives were to increase public transport use, to increase cycling and walking, to reduce car use, all of which makes sense. I just wonder why, again, have we not included set administration policy of building more roads in the county? That's the policy position, unless it's changed, and you can correct me at any point, Jane, but that's the policy as I understand it from you guys. And how does that align with this paper? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pratt.
Thank you very much, Councillor Petrini. And if you actually read the plan, it does say who the responsible officer is on the right-hand side as you go through each section. So it will explain to you very clearly which member of staff is responsible for delivering which part of the plan. Yes, I did think of you actually when we set up that we've got this very important work going on with the Cardiff Capital City region, and the technology is there now that we are able to quantify. And I did think that will be something, because I remember it was a very important point that you raised at a previous discussion on this. As far as the roads policy, I think we need to discuss what's in this plan. I'm not, this, you say that I'm not quite sure how you put it, but we will, as I said to you last time, if we have to build a road to get a fast track bus along from the M48 to the 7 Tunnel Junction, then we will have to do that, because it is actually overall, in the scheme of things, going to improve the use of public transport. But I can assure you that it is certainly not the policy of this Conservative administration to, well, we haven't got the money to build endless roads anyway, but we will build roads where we feel that that need is there, and the overall strategy that we're trying to achieve is going to be helped by that road. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you,
Chair. Can I come back? The first question, it didn't answer my first question. I know the responsible officer, that wasn't my question. My question was, are you confident we have the staff resources to deliver all these action plans over the next 2 years? I didn't ask who was responsible. I can see who was responsible, and just explaining what, the rationale behind Martin's motion. I suppose that was my question. If you're confident, if that's what you're saying, I was looking for that reassurance. On the roads point, where you said if we need to build a road for faster public transport, for example, that's interesting, because all the modelling that I've seen, the emissions needed to build a road For it to be green, it will take about 50 years. For if you're building the road to increase public transport, and we're assuming now there's no cars on that, which I doubt, but let's take that for fact. It's still the payback for a non-producing emission vehicle like an electric bus is decades, and I'm just curious if that's the Conservative position that doesn't work out with the science, and I find that a bit bizarre.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pratt, do you have anything else to add to that?
Well, I just want to go back to responsible officers. I mean, I think that as this climate change strategy develops, and as we see greater investment from central government in Westminster, where we now have the UK Infrastructure Bank, and we see investment coming into Wales, and there's opportunities to develop our strategy, then it may be that we do need additional staff in order to deliver that as and when the funds become available. I don't think I've got anything more to add on roads. It was raised by Councillor Petruni last time, and it's been raised again, and I've really given him the same answer. But if he wants to discuss this further with me and quantify his emissions, etc., then I'm very happy to pick it up with him after the meeting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pratt. Councillor Bob Greenland.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair. And this is probably one of the most, or if not the most important issue that faces all of us, and the level of questioning has shown that to be the case. What I would particularly like to do is to thank Councillor Pratt. Her responses to those questions have shown that she is absolutely on top of her brief, and we need somebody like that to lead this council forward. And I feel confident that as we move forward, we will keep up with this agenda, and that we will keep on innovating and altering our responses as we move forward. As far as Councillor Grocut's suggestion goes, I think you were quite right, Chairman, not to take that. I mean, it's your prerogative, obviously, to decide exactly what is taken and what is not. But it surely has to be a considered debate about what staff we need and if the right ones are in place. And it seems to me that is a responsibility of our Chief Executive. It is, of course, up to us, and I'm sure we will be putting the question to him: have we got the right officers in place, in the right position? Is our budget so designed to give the right emphasis to the work that we need to be done? That's quite absolute right way of approaching this, but it wouldn't, in my view, be sensible in any way to tag that on to what we've got this afternoon. Let's go back and question the Chief Executive about whether or not we have the right officers in place, given the priority that this administration puts to the subject of climate change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Greenland. Councillor Louise Brown.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think the point I wanted to make about road building was the point that was made at the last county council. Chepstow is in desperate need of a bypass, and everybody who lives in Chepstow and in the surrounding area knows that's the case. So I'm very surprised that a councillor who represents Chepstow is actually advocating no road building, and the reason we need the road is because of air quality, and the fact that we've got the poorest air quality in the whole of Wales. So I think this argument about no road building when it'll improve air quality is absolutely is not a credible argument. And the fact that we live in a rural county means that we do the best that we can in terms of public transport, but realistically people will still be using their cars, and there's a lot of traffic congestion in Chepstow, and I'm surprised that this argument about no road building keeps coming up, because quite frankly it's not realistic and we need it to improve air quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. And we'll
Can
go.
I just come back very quickly?
Please, Councillor Pratt.
Can I just mention, Councillor Brown, that I was privileged to attend Chepstow High School this week, and what incredible work the headmaster has done there. And we were fed back information about a special project that the Year 11 pupils had done in geography. And they had each interviewed 40 people. There were 6 pupils there. And it was absolutely tremendous, you know, the standard of the marketing and the conclusions that they come to. And one of the things that the children mentioned to us was that there was absolutely almost everyone they had spoken to, they unanimously said there was support for a Chepstow bypass. But, you know, I would also like to say maybe Councillor Batruni has realised that, and maybe that's why he's now a candidate in Newport. So I wish him well with that. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pratt. And we'll get this to the chat bar now in a second, but a personal thank you very much, Jane, for bringing this most important report to the council in this most important of weeks. So the recommendations are set out on page 41. There are 2 of them. I shall read them out. 2.1, the council endorsed the updated action plan attached as Appendix 1. And then 2.2, that revisions are made to the climate emergency strategy to ensure it reflects the latest data and evidence while maintaining the 10 strategic objectives agreed by council in 2019, with slight amendments to the wording of one of these objectives relating to green spaces as highlighted in paragraph 3.3 below. And so that is now in the chat bar for everyone to vote on, please. Thank you very much, and I can confirm that those recommendations have been carried. So we shall move on to the next agenda item, which is 5.3, Diversity and Democracy Declaration. And Councillor Greenland, please.
Thank you again, Chair. I think this is a report that pretty well all of us, I would imagine, would be in agreement with. I think we all want to see that the representation on council mirrors the diversity of our population. And I think it's fair to say that up until the moment, and particularly as far as gender equality is concerned, we have not been represented by equal numbers of men and women. And that was very much the feeling of the WLGA Council back in 2018. I was actually present at that meeting when they sought to ensure that when we come to this next election next year, next May, that we ask councils, as much as they're able to ensure that we take into account diversity in trying to bring forward new councillors. Now, obviously, there's a limited amount of things that the council itself can do. This is very often up to political parties to try and put as many people in place who represent the broad spectrum of the population. Now, as far as the Conservative Party is concerned, and I can't speak obviously for any other, but as far as the Conservative Party is concerned, that is something certainly that we are trying to do. As far as gender equality, actually, you've only got to look at the cabinet to see that we have achieved gender equality in our cabinet in Monmouthshire. And I'm not sure that any other cabinet throughout Wales does that. But there's further things we've got to do. And I would urge on all political parties that they really very carefully take these into account. Now, gender equality obviously is the thing that is most highlighted, but in addition to that, there's racial equality as well. I think we've got something like 3.5% of our population in Monmouthshire are Black, Asian and ethnic minorities. Are we bringing people from those communities forward for next year? It's a much more difficult nut to crack than the gender equality, to be perfectly honest. But I do hope that all parties are trying to do that as we move forward. But what we're being asked here to do this afternoon is one simple thing, and that is to agree with the WGA wish that we will put priority to gender, to equality moving forward. And this report, or a similar report to this, is going to each council in Wales, so that hopefully we will have the same response as we got to that original meeting in 2018 of the Welsh Assembly, of the Welsh Government, sorry, of the WLGA, that we can all agree that that the issue of diversity is important to us all as we move forward. Now, you've got 3 bullet points in the report that is in front of you. One is, and these are really things that that the WLGA feel are important moving forward. The first is that we should encourage all councillors in the future to take their full allowances, and indeed their full care allowances as well, because what we do not want is for only those people who can afford to become councillors to become councillors. That is not healthy. We need to get people from all walks of life coming into this, and it's only by taking the full salaries and care allowances can we hope to achieve that. And the other thing that I just wanted to mention is that we simply have to impress on our political parties the need to take this forward. I don't think there's going to be much debate about this report, I wouldn't imagine, because I think we'll all be in agreement. So simply, all we're being asked to do here, Chair, is to sign up to the WLGA commitment for councils to move on the diversity issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Greenland. Some members have expressed a wish to speak, so we'll go through the list. Councillor Lisa Dimmock first, please. Unmute, sorry.
Yeah, I'm having button problems today, sorry. I would just like to thank Councillor Greenland and support his report. Obviously, this council has already unanimously agreed to Councillor John's motion back in June for a 50-50 gender balance, and also Councillor Petruni's amendment to increase representation of other protected characteristics. And I just want to highlight the importance of reflecting our electorate and also having people with disabilities as well. So I just want to thank Councillor Greenland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Petruni.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank Councillor Green for bringing this forward and the WLGA for their 3 points. I just want to make points on the question following from that point. The first bullet point ostensibly talks about money, and that's fine to a point, and then the third point talks about quotas, set quotas or voluntary targets. And I suppose what I'd like is more of a support package from the WLGA, and particularly I've raised this internally via emails around, and I think although it's not anywhere near equated to this, Sir David Amos and the Joe Cox, although they're MPs, and I totally appreciate that, but they're still significant about the level of sort of extreme views against public elected officials, and that even goes down to local authority level. I know in Newport some of the abuse got so bad that they had to protect councillors' home addresses being publicised, and I don't think we've got to that stage in Monmouthshire yet, but I suspect all of us know of a character or during our campaign which you would be cautious of, let's put it that way. And I just think, as well as allowances and salaries and about signing up to commitments and targets and quotas, is about support and about particularly for women and members of the BAME community, and Councillor Dimmock raises the point about disabled, is what support's there for them. The party has a role, and I appreciate that, but also the local authority once they're elected. And that's why I asked for an email to the Chief Executive and the leader of the council. I didn't have an official response from either. Is could we set up maybe a lessons learned from the current crop, before we all go to elections in May about what we could possibly do for the new crop and what we could do as a local authority for the newly elected councillors of whatever party, what support is in place for people who experience these kind of issues. And that's my question, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Greenan, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, and I think it's a very good question from Councillor Petruni. The Democratic Services Committee has brought forward, and you can find it in Appendix A to the report, a whole range of issues that they're dealing with, and much of which actually we've already initiated. But I think Councillor Petruni's point is very well made, and I would suggest that the Democratic Services Committee will be looking at what support we can offer as a council, so that and of course the council as a council will be wanting to do that, because we do recognise that whilst we may not be in the same firing line as MPs, nevertheless we do get abuse. I have been quite surprised listening to some members over the last few months, especially the women members, at the abuse that they have had, which is deplorable, frankly. And so as much support as we can from our council would be most welcome. This is a report by John Pearson, who I know is online at the moment, Chair. I don't know whether John would wish to make any comments on that, but certainly as far as Councillor Petruni's remarks are concerned, I hope that those can be fed back to the Democratic Services Committee, and perhaps, as he says, before the next election, we have safeguards, if you like, in place to try and protect members from abuse.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Armand-Watts next, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wondered really, so in light of obviously the changes we've seen through Brexit and social and settled status on the 30th of June this year, I had some dialogue with the cabinet member about this. There was a bit of inconsistency. She was struggling to work out how many people we did have in Monmouthshire, and I think the UK government also struggled to work out how many settled status, that effectively European citizens, we had living here. In fact, after that, what happened was it looked almost as if we had about 1 million more than we anticipated, which is absolutely fine. I guess what I'm trying to say, within my community, there is a active and welcoming and interesting community that have settled status, and settled status allows them to now feel, whether we like it or not, part of our communities. They want to be involved. Their children go to our schools, they go to our churches, they interact, but they don't really come forward and get involved in politics, possibly because so there's the background of the politics is maybe, and not in all cases, toxic and problematic. They're probably quite wise to stay away from it. Sometimes I wish I could myself, but frankly, I don't think we do enough to support them, and I don't think in this particular case we do enough to encourage them or entice them to come into local politics, because it isn't like national politics. We can reach a consensus, as Bob has just alluded to, but rather than just these nice warm words where we're all pretending to be friendly, decent people, and of course we all are, we did have some money through settled status which we didn't use, which Lisa knows wasn't properly accessed, which was hypothecated or I guess singled out for reaching out to those people. So whether I wonder really, and Bob might not know this, Lisa might, I don't know, whether or not that money still exists. If it still exists and we haven't spent it, perhaps we could use that money to encourage those people to come forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Greenan, just want to respond.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know whether that money is available or not, but what I do know is that the council itself would encourage as much diversity across the population to come forward and put their names forward, either as for one of the parties or independent, and that includes settled status individuals as well. But really, where the difference will be made is by political parties seeking their candidates moving forward. And so it is really in the hands of political parties to look as widely as they can. And I do accept, and I know the position as far as the Conservative Party is concerned, bringing women forward is difficult, but bringing other minority forward is even more difficult. But we have got to do it. We've got to try it.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Green, and we'll move on then to Councillor Simon Howarth, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report, Bob. I do welcome this. I think it's so important. As an independent, as you know, I've been around for many, many years as an independent. That's all I've ever known and ever been. And I do believe that the political side of this does actually drive a lot of really good people away from it. And I think media and things like that don't really help. I personally have had 2 arson attacks while I've been a councillor. I've had no support whatsoever with things like that. We take abuse. The good thing about a lot of this as well is probably we all have our own personal devices now. Not many people ring the home phone. So our families don't take that abuse because that did happen as well. And I do feel that if a female had to take that abuse, or their families on the phone, if perhaps the male side of that picked the phone up, it will be a different outcome. But when the female side of it has to pick that abuse up on the end of the phone as a councillor, it's not very nice. We all do handle things differently as well, as we all know. Some are very strong-minded and some aren't. I mean, that doesn't make them bad, but we are all different. But I think politically, generally, it's the rule of thumb. It's the best person to represent. And I believe that most of our constituents out there in Monmouthshire, most of them, I've got to say most, not them all, but most will pick the best person for that job. Whatever colour they are, where ethnic background they're from, it will generally be the best person. I think this is driven by probably the city side of it as a rural county, and we've got to look at the whole of Wales. Probably a good large percentage will be rural or semi-urban, but the larger areas, the big cities, yes, they have a different catchment of residents and a different catchment of people who probably would want to look at stepping into the arena. So I do sentimentally agree that it's something that we need to just try and address. It's always the best person for that job for me, and I do hope we've got the best cabinet. Don't always agree. I think we have the best cabinet, but that's up to you guys to make sure you pick the best cabinet to represent Monmouthshire. But I'm always a great believer in the best person for the job, whatever colour they are. And the one thing I would just like to note, Bob, for yourself as cabinet member, is I've been asking now for some training, equalities training, for many years now. We aren't ticking the boxes ourselves as a council for training for members and staff, making sure that we are getting that right training. We're having to learn this as councillors as we go through it. And I suppose it's like the field of social services and asking somebody to go to somebody's house. I many years ago, I had no idea of what I was stepping into. Now I have a better picture and a better idea how I would deal with that situation. And I think members need to be aware that we need some training on lots of things. But I think diversity, equalities, all these things, I think members, we need that training we haven't had. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. That's a great.
Yeah, thanks for the comments, really. As far as diversity training goes, this is going to be incredibly important as we move forward into the new council. In fact, the next item is about the council diary, and you'll see lots of programmes coming up there for the newly elected members, and I've no doubt that this will be brought forward there. I agree with you that it should be the best person for the job. But the problem that we've got is that sometimes those best people are in our minority groups, and they're just very cautious about putting their names forward for various reasons. And that's why we need to encourage these people, because we will find some excellent councillors within these diverse groups that we need to bring forward, but they do actually need to have a little bit of encouragement to come forward, and we need to have the right policies in place to make that as easy as possible and to make their lives as councillors as fulfilling as possible and as useful for their constituents as possible. So that was the sentiment behind the Welsh Local Government Association in bringing this forward back in 2018. That was agreed with by our earlier report, which was agreed earlier on this year by Council. And so what we're doing simply today is coming back and agreeing with the Welsh Local Government Association that we will incorporate diversity in the way that they want us to into our council.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I've got 2 more members wishing to speak, and after that we shall go to the vote, and after that we shall take a short comfort break of 10 minutes. So Councillor Jane Pratt.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I just wanted to make everybody aware that the Conservative Party have a special group called Ability to Win. You can find them on Twitter and on Instagram, and their aim is to improve representation of those with disabilities in Parliament and at all levels of public life. So, you know, we are doing everything we can to engage with anyone who wants to stand and giving them the tools to be able to be confident to come forward. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Pratt. Councillor Lisa Dimmock.
Yes, just quickly, Chair, not that I want to get drawn into debate over funding. I've been advised that settled status has closed, so I can't imagine we can access that now. However, we do have access to funds to support other groups, up to over £20,000 for each Afghan refugee we support, which is being put to effect with use of the support team. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Green, thank you very much for bringing this report to Council and for speaking to it. Thank you very much. We will now put that vote in the chat bar, and effectively the vote is, as Bob has explained, it's for this Council to agree to sign up to the WLGA Diversity and Local Democracy Programme and agree the actions committed to it in the declaration to improve diversity. That should be coming into the chat bar now. Thank you, members. That has been overwhelmingly supported, unanimously, I would say, at this stage. So thank you very much to all for that. We shall now take a short comfort break, and I would propose that we return at 16:20, so 4:20. Thank you very much, all. Members, welcome back. Thank you very much.
Cheer up.
Can we confirm that we are live again?
You're live, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, for returning after that short comfort break. We're in reports for council. We're at 5.4, council diary, and I believe this is you, Councillor Greenland.
Yeah, thanks again, Chair. This is an annual report that comes to us when we agree the council diary for the next year. Now, this time, of course, it's a little bit different because we are talking about the diary from May 22 onwards, the date of the election obviously being preceding that. Usually at this time we have a debate about whether meetings are at the right time of the day for members. Might I suggest that this year it wouldn't be appropriate for us to make any decisions about the timing of meetings, but it would be appropriate for the new council, and there will be many new councillors coming forward next time. It is for them to decide whether or not the meetings are at the right time. All I would say is that officers, in trying to draw up the diary, have listened very carefully to the wishes of members, particularly in relation to trying to not have too many meetings during school holidays because of the commitment of parents, well, actually of grandparents. I speak from personal, having spent the last couple of the half term going from one lot of grandchildren to another looking after them. It's grandparents as well who find themselves committed during school holidays. And so officers have tried to ensure that as far as possible, those times are avoided. But it's not always possible because of the numbers of meetings that have to be laid on. I would also just like to point out, if you look at the beginning of the diary, the number of induction meetings that are there, and in relation to the debate we've just had, you will see the number of induction meetings for diversity, for equality, and for personal safety that are coming up for new members. So I would just ask Council that you support the diary going forward and suggest that the new council reconsiders the timings as soon as is practical after the elections next year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Greenland. There has been a raised hand function put into the chat bar. If any members wish to speak. If not, I'm happy to move to the vote, which we shall do now. So the recommendation is on page 89. The recommendation reads as follows: that the diary of meetings for 2022-2023 as attached be approved. If we could have that put into a vote box, please. Thank you, members. I can confirm that has been approved. Thank you very much, everyone. So we will allow us to move on to the next item, which is 5.5, audited statement of accounts and ISA 260 MCC accounts. Over to you, Councillor Phil Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And the purpose of this report is to provide the auditor's statement of the annual accounts for the authority for 2020-21 for final approval, subsequent to the audit process undertaken by Audit Wales and the review and endorsement by the Governance and Audit Committee yesterday. It's worth pointing out that under current legislation, the draft statements of accounts prior to audit have to be produced each year by the 31st of May following the financial year they relate to. During the 2021 closure process, the finance section faced considerable disruption as a result of the continuing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, with staff resources being limited and the primary focus rightly being directed to ensuring the ongoing financial stability of the council. They were also heavily involved in the allocation of grant monies and all the other assistance that was forthcoming from Welsh Government. So consequently, and utilising the flexibility permitted by Welsh Government regulation, the draft statement of accounts were not prepared until the 21st of July and were subsequently reviewed by the Governance and Audit Committee at its meeting on the 29th of July. Council approval of the final account should follow the audit process and under current legislation has to be completed by the 31st of July, following the financial year that they relate to. However, despite the best efforts of the authority and Audit Wales, it was not possible to complete the audit process to meet the statutory deadline. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has caused significant disruption both to the authority and Audit Wales, as I said earlier, in being able to complete the necessary work to satisfy the audit requirements to the required deadline. So Welsh Government recognised that and allowed some flexibility, and the new timetable is now that the review and endorsement of the Governance and Audit Committee was yesterday, approval by the Accounts Council hopefully today, and that being the case, Audit Wales will sign off the accounts tomorrow. It's pleasing to note that the auditors intend to provide an unqualified audit opinion, and that's reflected in the ISA 260 report, which accompanies this report. And the management would, and Cabinet in particular, would wish to acknowledge the continuing strength of the relationship between the Council and Audit Wales and the professional and constructive approach in which audit colleagues have constructed their activities despite the difficult circumstances. I'd like to spread that wider and thank all of our staff in the accounts section and the audit section for the extraordinary lengths that they went to in doing everything this year. They've had a massive workload and they've coped with it very, very well indeed. And as I say, a significant ISA 260, there's going to be an unqualified audit opinion, but there are some uncorrected misstatements which are worthy of bringing to attention. There's an overstatement of the year-end creditors of 973,000, where services were incorrectly accrued for in the 2021 accounts, despite not being delivered to the council until 21-22. There's a management comment there, which explains it all. And the overstatement of 191,000 relating to revenue related to prior periods been incorrectly recorded as revenue in the 2021, as opposed to offsetting a debtor that has been established prior to the account in the prior accounting period. Neither of those have any significant bearing on the accounts and have no bearing on the council fund going forward. That was confirmed during the meeting yesterday, and I know that Jim Higginson is going to give a response in respect of the meeting that was held yesterday. So at this stage, Chair, if I could pass on to Jim, he'll give you the report in respect of the Governance and Audit Committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Jim Higginson, thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chairman, and thank you very much, Phil, as well. Yeah, at the meeting of the Governance and Audit Committee, which was held yesterday, the 3rd of November, the committee was asked to consider the final audited statement of accounts for 2020/2021 and the Audit Wales, as Phil mentioned, ISA 260 Audit of Accounts report. The committee were given reassurance by Audit Wales that the misstatements identified and corrected for during the course of the audit process had no impact on the council fund balance of the authority, and instead represented reclassifications of existing balance sheet categories which resulted in movements in the unusable reserves of the authority. The Governance and Audit Committee were pleased to be informed that the auditors intended to provide an unqualified audit opinion on the accounts. The chair was unfortunately unavailable yesterday, and as I'm vice chair, I'm the one presenting it today. The chair of the committee has expressed his opinion that many aspects of the Audit Wales report illustrate the positive side of the audit process, in that the audit picks up the issues that help with financial control in the authority. For example, if you go to Appendix 3 of the Audit Wales Audit of Accounts report, summary of corrections made, which begins at page 16 on your report, you'll find it there. The committee wished to acknowledge, along with the acting assistant head of finance for the council, the continuing strength of relationship between the council and Audit Wales, and the professional and constructive approach in which audit colleagues have conducted their activities despite the difficult circumstances prevailing over the past few months, or well, more than a few months, and that has been mentioned into that. Consequently, the committee has endorsed the final audited Monmouthshire County Council Statement of Accounts for 2020/2021, along with the Audit Wales Audit of Accounts report to full council for final sign-off. And thanks for allowing me to come in there, Chairman. I just wondered if Phil wanted to add anything to that.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. If I may, Chair. Peter Davis and Jonathan Davis are both here to answer any questions on this. I know that there's some sound problems relating to Peter Davis's laptop, so Jonathan will probably be the one who will answer the question. Also, we've got Gareth Lucy here from Wales Audit Office, who's going to be happy to give a Wales Audit Office perspective on any points that arise. So I'll hand it back to you, Chair. I see there's 3 people asking questions already, so no doubt Jonathan will be able to answer those.
Thank you very much, Councillor Murphy. Thank you. And Councillor Higginson the same. Councillor Petruni, please.
Thank you, Chair. It was just to ask the Cabinet member about note 16.7 and 16.8 senior officer remuneration. How could we get the banding of a senior officer wrong in terms of income?
If I can pass that one to Jonathan, because he's got all of the figures and explanations at his fingertips.
Okay, Jonathan.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Yeah, thanks, Councillor, for the question there. I believe in this instance there was a coding error in the actual ledger system, so the person actually consolidating the note together wouldn't have noticed that automatically. Obviously, when Audit Wales went back to source documentation, that error was highlighted, and we were able to amend for it in the note. The actual error was quite small, but it obviously took the person from one band to the other, and those bands are in £5,000 increments. So you know, even though it was a small error, it did change the band. So that was how it occurred in the first instance.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Simon Howarth.
Yes, Chairman, and my question is to Councillor Higginson more than anything as Vice Chair today, and sat through yesterday's meeting. Was there anything significant as a committee which was highlighted yesterday? As you know, that's their job to do and report back to Council. So could I ask Jim, really, did members bring anything significant up yesterday which made them really concerned from the report, please? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Higginson.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Simon. Not from where I am. I don't know if Councillor Murphy wished to say anything about it, but there was nothing really outstanding that was going to cause us any problem. We had the report from Audit Wales, and we also, that there were misstatements identified, but they were corrected during the course of the audit process. And as I said, there was no impact on the council fund balance. And what was done in fact represented reclassifications of existing balance sheet categories, or maybe resulted in movement in the unusable reserves of the authority. I mean, I can't add any more than that, because as you appreciate, I'm the Vice Chair of the committee, but Councillor Murphy and I don't, sorry, Councillor Murphy is the cabinet member responsible for finance, and perhaps Councillor Murphy can provide a bit more detail on that. I don't know, but just you've heard what I've said, and I don't have any more to add really.
Happy to do that. The principal concern was in respect of the uncorrected misstatements. Members wanted clarity as to the effect on the accounts, and basically that was the only point of any significance that was raised. There was a debate on the accounts, but those were the only points of significance.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your questions, Councillor Howarth. Councillor Almond-Watts, please.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, I'm just sorry. Someone's decided to call me at an opportune time. I do apologise, Chair. My question is really on overall investments. Look, reflecting on the year, it's been another very difficult year to evaluate where we are as far as our investments are concerned. And I guess it's they're determined to follow. Hang on 1 second, Chair. Let me just turn my phone off. I can only apologise. It's really embarrassing.
Councillor Watts, your camera's not on either. Sorry.
Oh,
it's
my
on.
cameras are on.
It's got something in front of it by the looks.
Oh, it's the MCC computer. I've got nothing in front of it. It's just broken again. Oh, hang on. Oh, there I am. No, I'm not. Sorry. Anyway, I'm going to go into the dark, Chair. It's just the equipment. I apologise. So my question is, as far as I guess evaluating risk to the investment, we've received a lot of support money from Welsh Government, and we're grateful of that. We run a risk register right across the authority. Are there, under normal circumstances, any investments that would have been at risk that would have registered at the at-risk register? I noticed that the Spitty Park investment had made a marginal profit this year, but in fact that was born out of the fact that we had financial support. Without that support, if I'm wrong in thinking so, it would have made a loss. So I guess my question is whether or not audit had picked this up, whether or not they'd evaluated it, or, sorry to repeat, but whether or not there is any investments that we hold that would be at the at-risk or on the at-risk register. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
There were some investments. I'm talking wider now than the investment committee investments. There were some investments which actually went down because they were valued down when the pandemic hit. They've all recovered, almost entirely, from what I can recall. Jonathan will be able to be more precise on that. Newport Leisure Park did particularly well for a long time. It is true that it benefited from support from the COVID Hardship Fund, but that's what it was there for. It's since bounced back very substantially, so that's extremely pleasing to note. As for investments more widely, Jonathan, do you want to pitch in on that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and Councillor Murphy. Yeah, I think obviously Governance and Audit Committee yesterday received the Treasury Outturn report and the mid-year report, which covers off specifically Treasury investments and non-Treasury investments for the authority. We outlined in that report that there wasn't a particular risk highlighted across both of those investment streams. Particularly in terms of Treasury investments, we've mitigated that risk over the COVID period by diversifying our funds. We've held them in short-term liquid investments, and we've also reduced the level of Treasury investments we have made by reducing our borrowing over the term. So that had the impact of reducing our counterparty risk with a lot of those financial institutions which may have had issues over the period. In terms of the non-Treasury investments, and you've outlined Newport Leisure Park, Castlegate, the solar farm, and we also have the agricultural properties and the industrial units. There was a period, certainly, throughout the start of the pandemic when restrictions were placed upon some of those businesses, and they weren't able to operate, and we legitimately recovered those lost rental payments from the Welsh Government Hardship Fund. We were allowed to do that, and Councillor Murphy's quite correct. Since those restrictions have lifted, there's been a substantial recovery in those businesses. They've begun to operate more fully and are getting back towards more pre-pandemic levels. And we're in negotiation with many of those businesses to look at recovering those reduced rental payments that they've made, and looking to get them back on a more sustainable footing, because what we don't want to happen is for those businesses to fail. We want them there over the long term, and to give us returns over the period that they're contracted into. So hopefully that covers the question, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Just one supplementary. Would we look to specifically look to offload any of those assets? I know at one point it looked like we might, but are we considering offloading any of those assets going forward, or are we committed to those? And are we confident? I'm specifically, Phil will know this, I'm specifically focused on Spitty. Are we confident that we will see the returns that, as we get back to whatever normality is, that we will see the profits and returns that we were originally promised when we took out that £21 million borrowing to buy an investment out of county?
Okay, Councillor Phil Murphy.
We've got absolutely no intention to consider disposal, Chair. Absolutely no intention whatsoever.
Thank you very much, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Higginson, did you want to come in?
Yes,
Chair, there was a bit of my question that I did ask him that, but it was another bit about, was he confident that we would get the return of the original promised investment? That was the question.
Yes.
There we are. Fantastic, thank you. Councillor Higginson, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the final comment I made. The committee have endorsed the final audited Monmouthshire County Council Statement of Accounts for 2020-21. And of course, his Audit Wales accounts report is there for this council to sign off, and that is one of the things that he needs to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Phil Murphy.
I don't know whether Gareth Lucy wants to add anything from the Wales Audit Office point of view, Chair. I don't know if it's worth bringing him in. Oh, he's just coming in now.
Gareth.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Murphy. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. No, nothing really further to add. Just to reiterate the findings of the report that Councillor Higginson has read out there. Ultimately, following the amendments that have been made now to the final statement of accounts, we are prepared to issue an unqualified audit opinion. and our plan then is to, following or presuming council approval of that this afternoon, the Auditor General will certify the accounts tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Okay, so thank you very much to Councillors Murphy and Higginson. Thank you very much to Jonathan Davis as well, and also to you, Gareth. If we can now go to the vote with this, please. The recommendation is on page 109, page 109 of the pack that was sent out. Acts 2.1, that the final audited Monmouthshire County Council Statement of Accounts for 2020-2021, Appendix 1, are approved by Council. That should now go into the chat bar as a vote function, please.
Can I just say, Chairman, my chat bar is not coming up, but I'm in favour of accepting the report.
Okay, thank you. It's pretty much unanimous as well, Jim, so thank you very much for that. So members, thank you very much. I can confirm that has been successful, has been approved, so thank you. It allows us to move on to the next report, which is at 5.6, Statement of Gambling Policy and Proposals for Casinos. Councillor Lisa Dimmock.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a consideration on the Council's existing position on not permitting casinos in the county and to agree the Council Statement of Gambling Policy. We are required to review the policy every 3 years, although we don't have any provision in place for casinos in the county. Still need to consider the plan of we still need to consider our plan of action, and should the availability of casinos change. And just provide members and public reassurance, before any licence is granted, the Casino Advisory Panel will advise central government about the area as in need of regeneration, and we would have to satisfy them that this is the case, along with a social impact statement and the community benefits. So the policy objectives are preventing gambling from being a source of crime and disorder, being associated with crime and disorder, and supporting crime and disorder, ensuring that gambling is conducted in fair and an open way, and protecting children and other vulnerable persons from being harmed or exploited. There have been no real changes to the last report. From memory, I think there's a handful, and most are date alterations, but there is still a need to undertake a consultation, of which we had no responses, and it has to be adopted at full council. There could be a change to the Act to accommodate the online digital age, and if there are any changes, we will look to amend the current policy. This report has been through our licensing and regulatory committee, and they supported these recommendations. And just before I finish, I just want to refer you to our Equality and Future Generations evaluation. It's known that gambling addiction can have a devastating impact on people's work, finances, breakdown with families, which can lead to homelessness, all of which can have a devastating impact on someone's well-being. So I hope this report receives full approval today from Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dimmock. There has been a raise hands function in the chat bar whilst Councillor Dimmock's been presenting on this. No members have come forward so far and have raised any hands, so I'm happy to move straight to the vote. The recommendations are on page 241 of the agenda pack. At 2.1, to refuse any casino applications made under the Gambling Act 2005, stated within the authority's gambling policy. 2.2, to adopt the Statement of Gambling Policy 2022 for Monmouthshire County Council, provided in Appendix A, changes highlighted in red. So that is now in the chat bar as a vote function. Members to vote on, please. Okay, so that has carried, so thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just give thanks to Linda and to Dave for their work on this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Members, thank you very much. That is the last reports for us today. We've still got quite a lot to get through. We move on to 6, which is notices of motion. 6.1, submitted by County Councillor Kevin Williams. Hi, Kevin. Are you happy to take that as written, Kevin?
Yeah, happy to take it as written, Chair. The whole idea of this really is quite simply to show my jubilation at a bit of common sense. I've never really understood why Torfaen was part of the Monmouth constituency, and Newport East areas like Caldicot and such like were always part of a Newport constituency when they're all part of Monmouthshire County Council. So to me, it just made wonderful sense when they proposed this, that Monmouthshire will actually have its own seat, and it'll probably make life easier for everybody doing council elections and all sorts of other stuff. So it was just there to, you know, to show a bit of party jubilation, really, for me. To think, well, yeah, about time too. So that's basically where it's coming from. I'm not going to chirp on because people have been sat here long enough, I think, today, listening to all sorts of stuff. So I'm done, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Councillor Bob
Can
Whelan.
I second that, please, Chairman?
Yeah,
Councillor Jim Higginson.
That's Councillor Jim Higginson seconded. Thank you very much. Councillor Bob Whelan.
Well, it's nice to be able to agree with Kevin completely on that. It has never made sense, has it, for the member for the MP for Monmouth to also be representing that small bit of Torvine, and equally it's not made sense for the people of Caldicot who live in the county of Monmouthshire to be represented by the Newport East. So it's long overdue that we have this tidying up, and it makes it much easier for everyone to understand. And so I too welcome this motion by Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, there are no other members have indicated that they wish to speak on this at the moment. So I'm quite happy to move it. Oh, sorry, some have just come through now. So Councillor Petruni.
Completely support the motion, Chair. I just wanted to pose this as a question maybe for our Democratic Services staff to think about is, let's say this goes ahead, these boundary redraws, and I know the Welsh Government's thinking about expansion of MSs, and I don't know how the conclusion of that or if that even will happen, but we need to think about how we communicate to constituents about how the boundaries are still different on Welsh Assembly election, on the Senate elections, and we just need to have a little think about that when we communicate this new change if it happens.
Thank you. Councillor Tony Easton.
Exactly the same point, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No other members have wished or expressed a wish to speak, so I am happy to move this to the vote now. So we can have that in the vote function in the chat bar, please.
There was just one point, Chair. I did put my hand up.
Councillor Murphy, I missed that. Sorry. Please.
Right. The actual deadline was last night, and a letter has actually gone in, signed by all group leaders. So we did in fact get that letter in before the deadline. We tried to get an extension because of the motion today, but that was refused. So a letter has gone in anyway.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Maybe you should have told them whose motion it was and they'd have extended them. Huh?
I apologise for missing you off the list then, Phil. Sorry. Okay, so that's been carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Williams, for bringing that to us, and thank you very much, members, for voting on that. That's been successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's an honour not to have one amended by Bob.
Thank you very much. Moving on then to 6.2, submitted by County Councillor Dimitri Petruni. Councillor Petruni, are you happy to take that as read, as written?
Yes, Chair, thank you. This is a letter I hope we can all agree on can be sent to the UK government regarding its decision to rescind the £20 universal credit uplift it gave to people in receipt of universal credit during ostensibly the COVID pandemic crisis, and to convey our disappointment in that decision because it undermines this council's desire to increase social mobility and support low-income households in their endeavour to improve their lives. Now, you know, I've gone on about income inequality extensively over the years, and to some extent the council has moved on that, and more recently it's moved a lot. But this really undermines that initiative by us as a council to. It doesn't level up; it levels down. It hurts the most vulnerable, and I really want to emphasise it's not people just sitting at home on the benefits. A significant proportion of these people are in work. They're working, many whom with more than one job, but just don't have the level of pay. And, you know, to give you a feel for how much has been just pulled out of the county by the UK government decision, it equates to 100,000 a week out of the county, 400,000 a month, and at circa 4.8 million out of the low-income households across Monmouthshire. That's based on figures of people in, over 5,000 families in receipt of UC when the statistics were last released. And I think, you know, I know the administration is conservative and they're unlikely to accept this, but if we are serious about helping low-income households and those most in need, then they should support this letter. This is, you know, as someone said a couple of weeks ago, I think it was a famous academic, just mine just escapes me. You know, it's not rocket science helping the poorest or low-income households. It's give them more money, and it's not blind money and they sit there and doing nothing. I have to say many are in work, and I know, and I don't know, maybe the cabinet can provide more guidance on this, but I know from being on MHA board that those in receipt of UC often have to face the decision now of weekly shopping or being able to afford their rent. I mean, £20 a week makes that much of a difference to people's lives, and often, understandably, they fall into arrears. And last figures I've checked, and I've got them to the left of me, nearly 80% of accounts would be in arrears because of many different reasons, not just UC, to be clear, but that will not help the situation, and it's further worsen the situation. I know we're using discretionary housing payments, as I understand it, as a council apparently, to support some of the most vulnerable households, and I've been told some specific harrowing cases, which I won't allude to here for fear of identifying any individual. But needless to say, though, we are genuinely talking about some of the most struggling families and people in our communities, and we have to support them, and we should make a stand. And if the Conservatives don't believe this, and I presume they don't, that we shouldn't even write a letter, just a letter saying we're disappointed in this, then they're not truly committed to social mobility. Then they don't understand what £20 makes to someone's lives, and I hope that you genuinely hope you do, because we've got a social justice strategy, we've got some work on income equality, while the administration, hopefully, maybe I'm preempting them, support cuts at 20 quid cuts per week. I mean, I don't see how those two mix, and if some of the councillors heard the situations and how much £20 makes a difference to particular circumstances, I'm sure many councillors here, regardless of political party, would be sympathetic at the very least to the circumstances of those people in UC. And I think it's the bare minimum we can write a letter to the UK government expressing disappointment and saying this, how adversely this would affect those low income households, considering gas prices are going up, inflationary pressures on all sorts of household items, including food. I won't go into the reasons why, but we all know prices are going up on the most basic of items. This is not the right time to withdraw that funding, and in fact, it's probably the worst time. And I hope we can support this letter being sent to the UK government.
Thank you very much, Councillor Petrini. Do you have a seconder for your motion?
Yeah, I'd like to second that, please, Chair, and if I could briefly speak to the motion as well, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Grogut, seconded, and then Councillor Grogut to speak.
There's been a call, Chair, for a gentler kind of politics in this country, one in which personal animosity and insults play no part. From the time I joined this council, older and possibly wiser councillors have told me that in Monmouthshire we all get on well together and that this is a jolly good thing. And to an extent, it's true. We work together effectively on boards of school governors and in a range of settings where we represent the county council. However, there are very good reasons why I have never nor could ever belong to the political party that makes up the majority on our county. However friendly, liberal, forward-thinking they might be as individuals, they represent a party that has in recent years done more to widen the gap between the haves and the have-nots, the rich and the poor, the elite and those left to struggle in poverty, than any other party in the democratic era in the United Kingdom. The withdrawal of universal credit uplift provides a brilliant example of what I mean. It's not a cut. It's only been taken back to where it was before the pandemic struck, is what I hear from Conservative supporters all the time. And they are right. The support for the neediest people in our communities has gone back to what it was. To what it was after a decade of targeting cuts in welfare by successive Tory governments in the name of austerity. This has been and remains the politics of cruelty. Over the last few days, I've taken advice from advice service managers and advisors at Monmouthshire Citizens Advice about the impact of the withdrawal of the £20 uplift. These are some direct quotes from those financial advisors. We've had a flurry of inquiries from clients who've been affected by the removal of the uplift. If they have debts that they were managing, but the withdrawal of the uplift have made them unable to do so, we can only offer them debt advice. We have offered and issued food vouchers, but if the client continues to struggle to manage, it is uncertain what will help in the long term, as food vouchers are only for emergencies. And if they are receiving all the benefits they're entitled to, are on the best tariffs they can get for their utilities, and do not need help with budgeting, there is little we can do. Let me give you a couple of examples of what the withdrawal of this £20 a week has meant for people in my ward. A family with a single mother who worked as a nurse at the start of the pandemic, trying to bring up 3 young children. She's had to give up work and therefore go on to universal credit. And in the last couple of months, her family has been hit with COVID, and with the withdrawal of the uplift, she's found herself having to make the decision, do I put on the heating or make a meal for the kids? A second family I've met, a recently bereaved family where a woman lost her husband to cancer, which had been diagnosed late because of delays caused by COVID. She moved to universal credit just after the uplift, having never claimed any benefits previously, so has no experience of living at the level that she's now been reduced to. She has been at her wit's end trying to cope since the reduction to her income. And yesterday I went into the advice centre in my ward to talk to them about the impact that they'd seen. They say people are coming in on an almost daily basis, all with the same issue. We are struggling to cope now that our benefit has been cut back. There is only one way that I can vote at the end of this debate. In one of the richest countries on earth, to reduce people to this level of life is a scandal. I urge all members to follow me in supporting this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Groker. Councillor Lisa Dimmock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dimitri, for your motion. Throughout the crisis, the government spent £400 billion protecting people's jobs, livelihoods, supporting businesses and public services. They extended economic support well beyond the end of the road and right through to September, and that included unprecedented welfare. In excess of £9 billion has been spent on the uplift. Back in March, the government announced that it would be extending by a further 6 months in addition to a one-off payment of £500 to eligible working tax credit recipients. It was always planned to end in September this year, in line with other temporary measures that are now coming to an end. From the budget, we saw the universal credit paper rate be cut from 63% to 55%, allowing more people to keep what they earn. A boost of £1,200 to a single parent and £1,800 to a family of 4. We also saw a minimum wage increase to £10.50, which will shortly be coming in. So I agree with UK government that it's right that the economic support is wound down as we come out of the pandemic crisis and we focus on helping people back into work and getting people back to our new normal. So I cannot support your motion, but I can assure you that I have deliberated a lot over this, and we have to get back to the new normal and the country must recover. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dimmock. Councillor Joanne Watkins.
Thank you very much, Chair. I support Councillor Petruni's motion. This uplift was vitally needed at the start of the pandemic, and I see no reason why it's still not vitally needed now. I'm sure I'm not the only person who's on this call who's noticed the cost of living going up substantially of late. The cost of petrol, the cost of fuel, of gas, and the cost of food in the supermarkets has all become extremely expensive. It seems an incredibly harsh timing to decide to step it down now, and it's not made any thought about how it's actually going to impact on people as they enter the hardest time of year to actually heat their homes and feed their families. I volunteer in the local food bank, and we have already seen an increase in the amount of people attending. And I only fear that food banks will become an even more essential part of our society if we don't actually start really assessing how much it truly costs to live. So I fully support Councillor Petruni's motion, and I hope that more councillors will join. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Armand Watts, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm saying I'm not happy to support this, but I feel obligated, morally obligated to support this. Lisa, to trot off a scripted response like that from the background that she comes from is an absolute disgrace. She knows how people struggle. She understands the suffering of working class communities, and I just can't believe that, you know, that she would just take that straight. I mean, it's politics, really. This is the downside of politics, that someone is quite prepared to abandon any sense of kind of compassion for those people and just simply go down on it. I couldn't do it if the Labour Party had done it. I would have to speak out. But my point is this, is really much on what Jo had said, really. She stole my thunder. That the level of food inflation, especially, that's been rising for some time. The government were fully aware. We were all bracing ourselves. It was a debate amongst councillors privately of all political parties. I had a lengthy discussion with Paul Pavier about this, probably going back in June, who accepted that we were facing significant pressures from inflation. I accept we could not have envisaged how bad it is or how bad it will be, and it will be bad. But frankly, I saw an email from one of the officers recommending that we take some assistance really from local St Mary's Church. The Church Trust is reopening again in the 21st century, where people have got cap in hand to middle-class wealthy people making donations to the church to hand out to the poorest. It is Dickensian and morally wrong. And for anybody to support anything other than Dimitri's, they should have a look at themselves and wonder what on earth is going wrong with this country. It's worse than pre-war. All the things, all the values that we believed, that we supported, that our parents supported, we see diminish in front of us, and then we turn our back on the most impoverished people in our community. It's an absolute disgrace. Thank you for your time, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watts. Councillor Kevin Williams, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm happy to support this. I think Councillor Dimmock said the minimum wage, I don't call it living wage because it's just a minimum wage under a different name, was going to £10.50. I believe it's £9.50 actually. In the budget, yeah, they did alter the tapering. They also gave £4 billion to the banks in a tax cut, which, you know, beggars belief really, isn't it? I've spoken to people locally about this. One lady who lost her husband due to COVID and has had to give up work to look after her children has gone on to this, and it's immediately lobbed £80 a month thereabouts off her money. She wasn't all that rich to start with. She's now in a position where Councillor Watts says she's got to go cap in hand to claim food. I mean, anybody that can sit here in this meeting and just wash their hands of it and say they're not happy to support it either hasn't experienced poverty or they just don't care. Chair, it's absolutely disgraceful that this has happened to the poorest in our society. And the economy's recovered pretty well. There are many positions in the economy that they can't fill. We've had reports coming into the Wales TUC about apprenticeships where nobody's applied, nobody. And I'm talking about welding and engineering apprenticeships. They have one applicant, which is amazing, but they tend to be from younger people. This is hitting the likes of our NHS staff who are not on great wages. Many of them go into food banks, and many of them are actually putting their lives at risk, and our care sector as well. And anybody that can sit here as a councillor and say, "No, I don't support that," well, I think as Councillor Watts says, they need to have a look at themselves. Thank you, Chair. I'm just gutted.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Roger Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I couldn't agree more with the heartfelt utterances from Councillor Grocott and Councillor Armand Watts. Basically, what the Tory government in Westminster has done since 2010 has just, well, it's just unbelievable that any Tory member in our council chamber should even think of supporting them. Just think of what happened yesterday in Parliament. It really is unbelievable, and it filters down through the country. And you know, if any of the Tory councillors don't agree with this motion, then they really should put, if you like, put it quite simply, put politics aside. It's just unbelievable that this motion can't be supported. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harris. Councillor Paul Pavia, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. This is a difficult policy position. I know that. I know there's been an increase in numbers of those on universal credit in the county. However, I do think the UK government were always upfront in that the uplift was temporary during the pandemic. Like the furlough scheme, it was there to strengthen the safety net of support to those who had previously received the benefit, but also those who were going to potentially find themselves out of work and not be eligible for other government COVID support schemes. You know, the temporary uplift was an important intervention to help people facing the greatest financial disruption and to get them the support they needed. It brought the universal credit standard allowance closer to the level of statutory sick pay, the minimum amount required to be paid by employers for people who cannot work. And while I understand the decision to phase out the uplift was made at roughly about the same time as end of the furlough, I think it was about a week, in a bid to try and get people back out into the employment market. And let's not forget, as Councillor Williams has said, that there is real pent-up demand for labour across many sectors at the moment, social care being one of them, and we'll undoubtedly touch on that in the next motion. I think the UK government could have looked to delay this withdrawal until the end of the financial year at least, given the prevailing wind at that point in time in terms of rising inflation and rising cost of living. I do understand, though, the cost of financing the uplift, and the question we have to ask ourselves is spending £6 billion on providing an uplift to all recipients of universal credit, irrespective of their circumstances, and most appropriately, is this a way of targeting the need to the most people of those people that are affected and that need that support? I don't think it is. And I think that's what the UK government's view, and that's why it was only temporary. We know that the First Minister in Wales is indeed curious and has called for home rule and further strengthening of the devolution settlement. Yet something I find really curious is that despite asking various policy groups to look at the devolution of welfare and social security system, and the Wales Centre for Public Policy wrote a paper on this just last year, he's ruled out having the system devolve to Wales as it is in Scotland. I ask myself, why is that the case? Given the Labour Party is guilty of overemphasising the importance of social security as a tool to improve incomes, why does he refuse to take it on, even if it's to implement a universal base income? Why does he refuse to take it on? And I hope that the Labour Group leader will be able to answer that question in his summation. To conclude, Mr. Chairman, everyone knows that the way out of low income is through improved education, training and employment, coupled with affordable childcare support. These are the things that this council can help nurture and have done and will continue to do so. We need to provide people with the skills and opportunity to compete in the employment market, but we also need to afford them the proper security in terms of hours and ensure that they're paid properly for the job that they do. And I want to see both national governments work constructively with the local government sector to enable that to happen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And members, you've have seen in the chat bar that we've had an amendment, proposed amendment from Councillor Lisa Dimmock. Councillor Petrini, would you accept that amendment?
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Lisa Dimmock, do you have a seconder for your amendment, please?
Yes, I'd second. It's Councillor Sarah Jones.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chair, can I ask about the rules on this now? So, for my own benefit, so that substantially changes it quite a lot, and it's last minute, and I thought we were moving away from those. Well, it seems to have one rule for the Labour group and one rule for the Conservative group. Is that your position you're taking?
So, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not, Dimitri. Under any circumstance, it is not. I didn't think it materially changed it. I can take the advice from the monitoring officer prior to responding to you, I think. So what we'll do, we'll just take 3 minutes and we'll come back to you in 3 minutes.
Three minutes.
Sorry,
Simon, you're on mute.
Sorry, Chair, can I don't know if you can hear me. It seems, I don't know, everything seems to have gone slightly odd. Can I just clarify? Councillor Dimmock has already spoken. How is she able to put an amendment?
Quite, Francis.
I'm just a bit confused about that.
Good point. That's why I wanted to come in, Francis.
Apologies. I don't know if it's happened to everybody else, but I seem to have lost.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm back.
Sorry, did you hear what I said, Chair?
I did. But in actual fact, we think that it is substantial enough that it does change it. So therefore, it wouldn't be allowed. Councillor Dimmock, I'm afraid.
Sorry, Chair. Could you just clarify my question, because I think it's just relevant to future meetings as well, because Councillor Dimmock had already spoken, and it seemed to me that we were prepared to accept an amendment from her when, obviously, according to the rules of debate, a councillor may only speak once. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I'll take that on board. Thank you very much, Francis, for that. Thank you very much, members. So, okay, so we'll move on then. So, unfortunately, Councillor Dimmock, your amendment isn't considered to be acceptable. So we'll go back to discussing the motion put forward by Dimitri, Councillor Petrini, and we have Councillor Tudor Thomas to speak, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm not going to repeat the arguments, but in my mind, as Chair of Children and Young People, one of the key phrases in all the documents that goes out is that we should give every child the best start in life. And obviously, this reduction of universal credit, it's just purely false economy in the sense of people who are in poverty. It's going to push them further into poverty. The loan sharks operating in the different towns will have a field day. Because people, Christmas is coming, people have got young children, etc. But it is purely false economy, and it'll create problems in the future, which this authority will have to pay for. And I'm afraid Councillor Dimmock trotting out some sort of party line about X million this and X million that is an absolute nonsense. Go to somebody tonight who's on universal credit, £80 a month down, and say, well, yeah, but billions has been spent on people who are on universal credit. It means nothing, I'm afraid. And I really feel so strongly that this letter should go to the UK government. Rishi Sunak is the richest man on the cabinet table. His wife is a millionaire. He's a millionaire. If I was in that position, yeah, I could easily reduce 20 quid a week from some low income family. It is absolutely appalling. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Watts, your camera is on. And we'll go to Councillor Jamie Trahan to speak, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to come back on Councillor Tudor Thomas's point of every child deserves the best start in life. If that was the case, then the Welsh Government wouldn't continue to fund Monmouthshire County Council the least amount of funding year on year, therefore disadvantaging our children. I'd just like to make, if he's keen to make that point for this debate, then he should be making that point more clearly when it comes budget time against the Welsh Government settlement for us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Trahan. Okay, so no other members have expressed their wish to speak. So in that case, I'm happy to move forward to the vote. The motion was submitted by Councillor Petruni, and it was.
I have a right to sum up.
Oh, sorry, yeah, of course. Dimitri, Councillor Petruni.
Is that all right, Chair?
Yeah, of course, please.
Oh no, Councillor Sarah Jones wants to speak, I think, Chair.
Okay, okay, so again, that was just late coming through to me. I'll go to Councillor Sarah Jones first, and then back to you, Councillor Petruni.
Sorry, Chair, I'm having technical problems this afternoon. Everything's going a bit go slow. I don't actually have much more to add because I think Councillor Pavia summed things up very eloquently. I just think it's important for us to remember that this is just one lever in terms of support that we can provide to households and to individuals. And when Councillor Dimmock put that amendment forward, it did ask for those mitigating factors, of which there are many. The budget indeed included a number of measures which will support our hardworking households. And I think we need to ask the question of what Barnet consequential is coming over to Wales as a result of some of those budget initiatives that have been put in place, and how that money is going to be spent and redirected back to our Monmouthshire households. So I think there's a lot of measures in there that we can be supportive of. I understand the concerns. I too have concerns about the cut and the impact that this will have. But I think we do need to look at the wider round in terms of the levers that we have for improving social mobility, what we're doing as a council. And indeed, I think there's a lot of benefits there that we'll see come through greater investment in skills, for example, and wider measures. So I do understand the concerns, and I understand the premise of this motion. But I think when all has been said and done, I think we have to support Councillor Dimmock and what she has proposed and what she has said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Councillor Petruni, to sum up.
Yes, Chair. Now we know, I think, who wrote the amendment, and what I would say is, I'll address a few of the points, Chair. Councillor Trahan talked about Welsh Government settlement funding. I'm surprised by the councillor, because he's heard me certainly speak at length. I even wrote a report about how this funding is skewed against Monmouthshire because of the deep pockets of deprivation within Monmouthshire, which this UC up 20 quid uplift had specifically targeted. So unless he hasn't been listening, we have been on about this for years, and I can point him to a link of the report I wrote on it. So that's a bizarre comment. Councillor Sarah Jones makes a weak point about in the round. Say that to a family. I hope she says that in a food bank in the next couple of weeks. Don't worry, in the round you'll be all right. Let's see what they say to her. And Councillor Dimmock, who has just abandoned any notion they're committed to the social justice agenda. They just see it as just a portfolio rather than making a difference to people's lives. I'm not even saying they should write in the letter, you should change this policy. I was very deliberate with my wording. Express disappointment. Just express disappointment and how it could in fact impact low-income households. I'm not saying demand a change, demand a reversal, because I appreciate you guys couldn't have done that. But express disappointment was politically, I thought, acceptable. You know, you can stand up against your own party. It is allowed. It's not a bad thing. It's called your own mind, your own voice. And, you know, the kind of warm words from Paul Pavia, I had a bit of concern. Well, we should be comfortable expressing a disappointment in one single letter to the UK government. It just shows to me they're not truly committed to this agenda, and it's just falling in line like drones.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Petruni. So the motion put forward by Councillor Petruni, it was seconded by Councillor Grucott, and we shall now go to the vote on the motion as put. Okay, so we've had 28 responses, and I can confirm that the motion has been defeated. Thank you very much, members, for voting on that. Thank you. So that allows us to move on to the next agenda item, which is 6.3.
Chair, am I reading this wrong? You said
Yes,
defeated. It said 15 against 12.
Yes,
Exactly.
Won
No,
it.
meeting.
What is going on, Chair?
What's happening?
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
Totally wrong.
The motion has been
Successful. It has been successful.
It's been accepted.
It's been accepted.
Hey!
Chair, this is your mindset is locked into Conservative wins.
The motion has been accepted, so thank you very much, members, for voting on that. Thank you. So that allows us.
Is that anyone who had a heart playing in the background there?
So that allows us to move on to 6.3, submitted by Councillor Armand Watts.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you happy to take that as written?
I am indeed.
Thank you very much.
Chair, can I second the motion, please?
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Tony.
Chair, may I begin by just talking about the skill sets for care sector workers? They got.
Can I, before I was going to continue, but as a seconder, can I ask for a recorded vote on this motion?
Yes.
We need 9 people, don't we?
Okay, so do we have 9 people?
Chairman, I put my hand up as Councillor Howard. Thank you.
Councillor Eason.
Okay.
Councillor Harris.
Councillor Higginson.
Councillor Williams.
Councillor Thomas.
Councillor Grucott.
Councillor Watts.
Councillor Petruni.
Who's doing the tally? Have we got the tally? Okay, so I'll need to take these names again if that's okay. So I had Councillor Howarth, Councillor Harris, Councillor Williams, Councillor Thomas, Councillor Grucott, Councillor Higginson,
Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Alan Davis,
Myself,
Councillor Watkins.
Councillor Watkins. Okay, so that's
That's
your.
Councillor Petruni as well, Chair. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So we've got the required number of people to support that. This will be a recorded vote.
Thank you, Chair. Can I continue?
Thank you, Chair.
Please, Armand, please continue.
Yeah, so I just wanted to briefly outline the skill sets really of the support the care sector workers really that we have, particularly in the care homes. So, for example, you know, they support complex medical needs, Chair, behavioural needs, you know, people with dementia. They also deliver medication and perform medical procedures. They have got developed kind of soft skills and you know, like for example, empathy and tact, which is something we don't often see in this chamber. They show exceptional personal accountability, and what I mean by that is if things go wrong, and they can, yeah, they are exposed to a high level of responsibility, and you know, so they also deliver end of life.
What did you say?
Someone's microphone is on.
Yeah, so I think it's Francis, isn't it?
It sounded a bit like that. So, Francis,
So-
your microphone might be on. Please
Yeah.
continue. Armand.
Okay, so effectively, yeah, the care sector workers also, provide incredible care. Basically 12-hour shifts, possibly 3, sometimes 4 shifts a week, and they've done that throughout COVID. They worked really hard. We know, particularly that the amount of deaths that we've seen within the adult care sector has been, particularly in Monmouthshire, is being high. I think, I can't remember precisely the stats, Chair, but it's something like almost, well, certainly over a half. So really why I brought this forward was to ensure that they had some form of recognition and thanks, really. And that's borne out of the fact that they're significantly underpaid when compared with other sectors. So, for example, I guess kind of teaching assistants, when you talk of salary, they earn around about £5,000 to £7,000 more. Also PCSOs as well. They are similar skill sets, things that you have to learn with a high level of responsibility, and yet we pay them not much more than minimum wage. Now, to be fair to Monmouthshire, they do pay the living wage, but this is an opportunity to ensure that they get rewarded and that we pull our bootstraps up and ensure that there's kind of parity of pay for people in this with a similar care sector, care skills. The overall cost implication for us directly is I got it written down, Chair. It's £1.56 million. Now, Phil will come along and say, well, overall, when we look at kind of costs across, when we're buying in services, it's kind of close to something like £6 to £8 million. But the reality is we can't control the private sector. The private sector could choose to go up, it could choose to go down, it could choose to reflect the costs. But one thing they do, the private sector, is they do look at the quality of care that we provide. And I genuinely believe, having seen my parents take that service from the authority, particularly at Severn View, that we provide probably the best care in the county. The training that we have is second to none. And the level of compassion and endeavour that really goes on there is I don't think that you can compare. Now, they've worked throughout COVID, they've done a tremendous job, and I would like to see them supported. I also think that if anybody is unclear about the parity of pay, quickly Google it, see what other jobs pay £15 an hour. So, for example, if you quickly have a look on Google, Matt, have a look yourself, you'll see that it would be someone that's saying at the Amazon warehouse, a delivery driver for Amazon. It's those kind of jobs that pay £15 an hour. It is not right in any way, shape or form for society to allow some of the most important people, the people who've stood up and stood tall and fought for us throughout the COVID crisis, to be paid less than £11 an hour, less than £11.50 an hour. We need to ensure that we do this for the people of Monmouthshire. It's a job we will all take benefit of eventually, whether we like it or not. We're all going in one direction and nobody's getting any younger. So I would hope really that as we've just seen, that the local authority can show some compassion and support this uplift. I appreciate it's not cheap, but we have a moral responsibility to do this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watts. Councillor Tony Eaton.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I'm happy to second this motion. And I will take Councillor John's comments on Wales politics a couple of weeks ago, where I believe that he made a very good interview. I applaud the comments he made. He said the care staff in Monmouthshire work brilliantly, but whilst we were paying them the living wage, they were paid peanuts. Totally agree with Councillor John. And at that particular point, I looked to check the colour on my television and make sure what colour tie he had on. It was actually blue, but I thought it was red. He believed that it should be aligned more towards nursing staff or similar sort of occupations that Armand has mentioned. For example, to align them to that of a nurse, for example, would be take them into £26,000–27,000 a year, which would be equate to about £14 to £15 an hour. So I believe that the sentiments of Councillor John.
Tony, Councillor Eaton, your mic, you've gone mute.
Sorry, Chair, somebody must have muted me. somebody didn't like my favourable comments of Councillor John. Hope it wasn't my side. I would like to see Councillor John take this initiative forward in the future and support what I believe is a right policy to go towards paying our care staff. I'm not sure they paid salaried hour, they paid by the hour, but I believe that they should be recognised for what they do and paid an appropriate salary, 37 hours a week, for example, or whatever they need to work afterwards, on a salaried basis, which would bring them into line with nurses generally and pay them somewhere in the region of £14 to £15 an hour, which is an aspiration of the Labour Party, although there was some concern at a certain conference where some members of the Labour Party didn't feel people were worth it, and I don't agree with them. I believe that everybody should have a good living wage, a good proper wage, as well as whatever living wage might be. So yes, I applaud Councillor John's interview. I applaud his initiative, and I'd like to see Councillor John take that initiative forward in this council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Paul Pavia.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Firstly, can I declare an interest? I'm an associate consultant for Practice Solutions Limited, who hold the contract for the ADSS Cymru, which is the Association for Directors of Social Services. So I provide policy advice to ADSS Cymru. I'm obviously in to cover for Councillor Penny Jones. She's unfortunately just couldn't be here at the moment to give this, so she's provided me with some notes, and I've added a few additions to that. So whilst we are totally behind the sentiment that our care sector workers go above and beyond their duties, not only during the pandemic, but every day, and deserve an increase in pay, this must be balanced with both the resource implications this motion will create, but also the need to create a sustainable social care workforce, both locally, regionally and nationally. Any increase to the hourly rate of this council's employees will have ripple effects across the sector, regionally and potentially nationally as well, and those wider implications need to be carefully considered. There is a huge amount of local, regional and national discussion around the workforce sustainability at this current time. There was a special State of the Nation workshop this week, which was set up by the WLGA, which Penny attended on Tuesday, along with all Wales Cabinet members for social services, council leaders, chief executives and directors of social services, to discuss the current pressures and future of social services. It was pointed out by many leaders and directors alike that any local authority working independently would set a dangerous precedent. So in trying to resource the implications of this motion, the financial impact on the authority would be considerable, and Councillor Murphy will cover that off in detail in his contribution. Less to say that in light of this financial impact, we would argue that without Welsh Government introducing significant additional funding to local authorities in Wales as part of a core aspect of a package of measures that leads to sustainable social care and a system that is sustainable across Wales, and the UK Government has given the Welsh Government significant resources to do that now over the next couple of years, then this would not be affordable. And in light of that, the already significant financial challenges that this council already faces because of various implications of the funding formula, we cannot accept it at this stage. In the meantime, we continue to look at generating and implementing potential local solutions, and we work closely with our providers and partners in doing that. Let's be very clear, this workforce crisis, and it is a crisis, isn't a situation that's affecting this authority. It's a recruitment and retention crisis that is affecting the whole of Wales. And it's widely regarded that this workforce crisis is probably the most significant challenge facing Wales' social care system now and in the future. And there is no doubt that COVID-19 has compounded the issues of staff shortages that already existed previously in the system. The pressures across all aspects of the social care workforce has never been more acute, both for in-house and commissioned services. And I know that our social care department have maintained a constant recruitment programme, which has had some success, but the market still remains volatile, particularly in relation to domiciliary care and care at home, the care at home workforce. The sector has certainly welcomed the support the Welsh Government has given to fund further national media push around the We Care campaign, which is led by Social Care Wales, which has been matched by all local authorities within their localities. However, independent providers are also struggling to retain and recruit carers. This has always been a challenge, but over recent months has become significantly more difficult. And that's why we're seeing the package of care crisis that we have at the moment, with providers handing back packages of care to local authorities because the costs and workforce pressures are just simply unsustainable. It's also become increasingly apparent to the public, I think, that the workforce shortages in social care indirectly impact on the NHS, as individuals cannot be safely discharged from hospital to their home, supported by domiciliary care or to residential care. Now, we often see in the media the front of house pressures in hospitals, ambulance stacked up outside of A&E departments, right across major district general hospitals. But we don't see the back door. And the fact is that there are over 1,000 people in Welsh hospitals who are medically fit, but who cannot be discharged because a package of care cannot be put in place to allow them to come back to home or to their community. I have particular concerns about the resilience of the qualified social care workforce, the social worker workforce. We have difficulties recruiting into child social care in particular, the difficulties in finding agency social care workers, and the ever-increasing agency fees. We've got social workers stepping down from the profession into non-professional roles because of the immense strain. We've got senior social workers leaving the sector, leading to challenges with loss of experience and practice, as well as hampering proper leadership succession. And the staff that remain in the system are becoming increasingly fatigued, both emotionally and physically. Now, the Welsh Government's commitment to implementing the real living wage is welcome, absolutely, but it needs to be bold in where it wants that Welsh national level to start. And in my view, it has to be well above the £10 an hour rate. However, we've seen from experiences in Scotland that the implementation of a real living wage, while helpful, has not addressed the issue of the recruitment and retention, and it won't do so in isolation. The competition for scarce social care resource between public bodies is a real cause of concern, and hence why I said the ripple effect. You know, it's not just between local authorities particularly in relation to social workers. We're seeing competition between local authorities and health boards, between Care Inspectorate Wales, Cafcas Cymru. Even the police and crime commissioners are recruiting senior social workers to help them tackle their strategic priorities. Therefore, it would be beneficial for the Welsh Government to co-produce a national pay and grading system for professionally registered social care workers to dampen those competitive drivers. And the fact that there are national bandings for teachers and youth workers and health professionals mean that movement based solely on pay incentivisation is significantly reduced. And I think this is something that needs to be introduced within the next 3 to 5 years. However, the fundamental factor is we need to make the sector more attractive as a professional choice of career. When the sector is widely regarded as a low-pay sector, it does nothing to widen the appeal of the profession beyond its current boundaries. There needs to be an urgent focus on parity of esteem with health in relation to pay terms and conditions and career progression. The social care workforce deserves true parity of esteem with the NHS. This needs to be backed up by a long-term and sustainable funding settlement for social care, which this council and other local authorities have long called for. This is the only way we can accelerate innovation in preventative services and sustain service delivery, and this needs to happen at pace. So to conclude, Chair, I know the sentiments behind this motion are really well-meaning. The pandemic has placed a spotlight on the incredible value work that social care plays. And as local government leaders, we want to capture the positive elements of showcasing this wonderful, rewarding sector, rather than constantly raising concerns of a sector in crisis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I understand, Councillor Petruni, I'll come to you next. I understand you want to declare an interest.
Yes, Chair. I just want to put it on record. My grandmother is in a Monmouthshire County Council care home, and I will declare that. I don't think it's prejudicial, Chair, but I'll declare that.
Thank you very much. And Nicola will send you a form afterwards. Thank you very much. And then going back to other members that wish to speak. Councillor Phil Murphy, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And Armand, I absolutely along with you all the way on the sentiment behind this. But you're absolutely right. I am going to quote some figures to you and explain where they come from. As Paul said, there is exercise going on at the moment through the WLGA, together with with Wales ministers, cabinet members for social services, leaders and directors, and the leaders and directors did say in that meeting that any local authority working independently would set a dangerous precedent. It's not just that. It isn't the fact that somebody would set a dangerous precedent without this business case being made and accepted by Welsh Government and being funded by Welsh Government, which we all hope that they would do. It is absolutely impossible for the vast majority of authorities, and Monmouthshire is certainly one of those, to be able to fund the consequences of this. So I'm absolutely up for the sentiment behind this, but the actual mechanics of it don't work out. For instance, and I'm working these figures out on £15 an hour now. The figures that other people have got are based on £14 an hour, which is an exercise that we actually did. Peter Davis instigated some little while ago to see what the implications were. So at £15 an hour, with the same caveats that have been looked at for in-house carers and other care workers. In-house services, the actual cost to us would be 1.586 million. External residential, that's care homes to include in-county and out-of-county, there would be a further 4.126 million. An external non-residential domestic care, for example, the cost would be 2.403 million. So that's 8.115 million would be the knock-on cost of this. And I say the knock-on cost because if you recall during the budget discussions where we've implemented the foundation living wage, we've also ensured that all of our care providers, externally and internally, are funded to the level where they can pay that foundation living wage. I'm assuming in these figures that we would continue to do that. We see absolutely no reason why we wouldn't. So if we were to adopt this, and I'm quite clear I can't agree to this for this reason, we would have to be looking at some 8.115 million on top of the massive pressures that we've currently got as an authority. So for this to be supported, and I hope it can be ultimately, it would have to need Welsh Government funding, and no doubt they would get that from their settlement from UK government. So I can't support it. I'd love to, but I absolutely can't, because this motion is premature. Really, we should be looking at it after the business case is developed with the leaders, the finance, the social care cabinet members, and the Welsh Office ministers. So I'd love to, but I absolutely cannot support it for that reason.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Tudor-Thomas, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I feel I've just got to support this for all the sort of right reasons. Support Councillor Armon-Watts' motion for this uplift in care workers' pay. If you look at the loss of staff from the care sector due primarily to Brexit, and yes, perhaps COVID has had an element of an effect, but Brexit has had a massive effect on many European staff. Now they've left the UK because of the uncertainty of their status here. They don't know how long they can stay or whether they're going to be kicked out. And in reality, many people, the indigenous population here, because of the low pay rates, they really don't want to move into the care sector. You know, let's be honest, and you know, speaking to a largely conservative group here, you know, pay is a key factor in attracting people into particular jobs or professions. And unfortunately, the care sector has a very low pay threshold, and it also then suffers from a negative image in terms of the hierarchy of jobs and professions. People aspire to be doctors, they aspire to be teachers or lawyers, but perhaps for many people they don't aspire to go into care. So, you know, the shortage of people, and it's due to Brexit and the low wages, it's having a huge effect. I agree with Paul Pavia. It's having a huge effect on the NHS, because people who are really not medically that unwell, but they need care, they're becoming frail and in need of support, but they can't move from the hospital setting. And that's having a huge effect in Wales, and it's having a huge effect in England. So I really think we need to consider this motion to pay care workers in MCC a much higher salary. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Tudor-Thomas. Thank you. Councillor Peter Fox.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Armin, for bringing the motion forward. And I think every one of us would acknowledge how hard the care worker sector has worked through these last few months. They've always worked so hard, and there is a need for some parity of pay between the care sector and other sectors. I think there's nobody would disagree with that, and we need to work toward that, and hopefully through the WLGA and through Wales Government we can get to that position in due course. I can support the bulk of the motion, but to actually go ahead and implement a pay increase of at this juncture via a motion when we're about to move into a budget process just isn't the right way to do it. We've never done this sort of thing like this. It comes forward through the budget process to be properly consulted on, working with all the relative partners and stakeholders. We can't make knee-jerk decisions like this. That's why That's why, in fairness, Armand, we couldn't allow people like yourself to run this organisation, because you can't make ad hoc decisions like this. They have to come through the proper process. Nobody disagrees with the sentiment of what you're trying to do here, and we will all get behind that when the tools are in place for us to be able to do it properly. But it's absolutely not the right time to do it. It needs to come forward to be discussed and analysed through the budget process as normally would, and we'll be starting that process now very shortly as we move through the winter period. And I would say this needs to come forward through that process. So as much as I absolutely agree with the sentiments behind it, Armin, who wouldn't? We can't make policy on the hoof like this around budgetary constraints around £1.5 million. That has to be factored in properly, and we have to know how that will be funded going forward. So it would be irresponsible. And that's why, thank God, the Conservatives are in control in Monmouth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fox, and MS, Councillor Fox as well. So moving on then to Councillor Kevin Williams, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks for the advice in the chat. Just a quick query with me, really. When Councillor Murphy said that we pay what they call the living wage, I don't call it that, but the national living wage, did he say something about we pay private providers for them to pay exactly the same? And if that's the case, do we have proof that all private providers that contract in Monmouthshire actually pay that? Because if we are telling them to, and some of these private care homes are not, well then I think we really need to take some control over it. The only other thing I'd say, Chair, I was a little bit disappointed, Pete, when you said we're glad that people like you don't run the authority. I think that was a bit below the belt, to be honest, soon. I think you're a bit better than that, Pete, but that's just my thoughts. Thank you, Chair.
Kevin, I've lost you this. Okay, Councillor Simon Harris.
I'm still alive.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm still alive, but I finished. If that's all right. But if Phil could answer my query, that'd be good.
I can answer it if you want me to come in now, Chair.
I think the Chair's using that poor Wi-Fi in County Hall. Yeah,
probably.
Sorry.
My understanding, Kevin, is that our team, now run by Jane, go to great lengths to ensure that is the case. That's why it's there in the budget. We always try to ensure that the external providers are maintaining parity with our own staff.
Can you just remind me, Phil, what that figure is?
Off the top of my head, I can't, but somebody from the finance team will put it in the chat bar now, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Simon Howarth. Councillor Simon Howarth.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Watts, for your motion today, which I will totally support. We know that we won't win the motion, but what you've done is, I think, is very admirable of you, is put it on the agenda that we are discussing this today. But we found out now that actually it's on the agenda of many people in Wales as well, to sort out what a way forward with our carers in Wales. Very important position. Many of us do take that position as a prime position, even though they're not paid that prime position, and you made that very clear with other positions within companies, that what rate of pay they have as well. So I do commend you for that. Yeah, Peter, that was a bit low. That was whoever's in administration. It's a very tough job, and we're there to make sure that we scrutinise and we challenge the administration, and I'm sure, like I said before, some people in jobs within administrations probably aren't worthy of that job, but they do get them. I'd just like to question Phil's answer to Councillor Watts' financing on this, and I'm sure Councillor Watts, he's not far off the mark when he puts his finances together, and he would have done a little bit of work on this before he brought it to council. So I do question where we get 1.5 million from, and Phil, you're coming out with 8 million. So I'm sure Councillor Watts hopefully will address that, because I saw him shaking his head. I do believe that we as a council have a moral duty to look at this for the budget, and whether other authorities or Wales or the LGA or whatever take this forward or not. There's demand out there for positions. I'll give you an example. Our appointment of our head of service last month. I mean, we as an authority just do not pay the rate, i.e. we won application and one withdrew. It's common knowledge, and I think it's everything we do in Monmouthshire. I do hear people say that, you know, we don't pay the rate. We do not pay the going rate what we would like to pay, and the excuse is we can't afford it. We say we spend hundreds of thousands on outside bodies and outside commissioners and consultants every year, but we can't pay our valid staff a going rate. So I do believe that this is something you brought it to the table, Armand. I think it's so important there that everybody in Wales will probably be looking at how we get on today with this, and I'm sure they should have the conversations as well, how we're going to support this sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howarth. Councillor,
Chair, can I just answer that point that Councillor Howarth asked me? Please, Councillor. The figures were prepared by Tyrone Stokes, who's the accountant who.
Chair, if I may, my figures were prepared by Tyrone Stokes.
Yes, but I said.
But yours, because you want to frighten people with your figures, don't you, Phil? That's the difference, right? It's not £8 million in the authority. That's the costs of farming it out when we have to, and we do occasionally, I admit.
Okay, so, we won't get into a discussion within the middle of it.
Yeah. Chairman, I did request, Chairman, that I'm sure Councillor Watson is summing up will address the difference in figures, and I think I'd like to know why the big disparity is. So I'm sure Councillor Watson will sort that one out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what I'll do, just because Councillor Murphy was speaking, and I'll let Councillor Murphy finish what he was saying before we go back into the list. Councillor Murphy.
The original figures were worked out on £14 an hour. I did say that these are worked out on £15 an hour, which is in response to the motion. So that's the answer for that. But I also know from the chat that Peter Davis wants to come in on this as Section 151 officer. So I don't know whether you want to call him in at this point.
Why? Why?
Okay, so what we'll do, we'll ask Peter to come in after. Well, I've got the list in front of me now. Sorry. Okay, so we'll ask Peter to come in after Councillor Dimitri. Councillor Francis Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I assume today. Yes, thank you for bringing the motion, Dimitri. I have to say, I feel like we've been talking about this for a very long time. In many ways, it's a little bit like climate change, isn't it? We have to come to an absolute crisis before anybody's prepared to move on it. And I think that's very sad. And I think one of the key reasons for that, which I think we could all do to reflect on, is the fact that, I don't have the percentages in front of me, but I would wager that in excess of 90% of care staff are women. We know that there is a significant gender pay gap anyway, but not only is this a profession which is underpaid, it is undervalued, and it is significantly under-resourced. I'm a bit confused by the debate, in particular what Councillor Murphy and Councillor Fox said, because first of all, and Councillor Pavia, they talked about a very, it creating a dangerous, I think it was that word, wasn't it? A dangerous precedent if one local authority were to move before other local authorities, or if they were to act alone, like a lone, actually to do something different, maybe to break the mold, to break the merry-go-round that is this discussion about social care. So if you can remember back about 18 months, we were talking about how, what a job our carers were doing, how they were going into environments, putting themselves at risk, how they were, and we were outside, we were doing a lot of clapping, weren't we? Not just for care staff, but for all of those people who provide care in our communities. Yet that hasn't translated really, has it, into action? And I really thought that the pandemic would really stop us from talking. The situation is such that there are now so few external local care providers in Monmouthshire because they just can't do it. So we've got big national providers providing care in our county who couldn't tell you where Mega is or Roggett is, if you paid them. They simply don't know because they're based in Birmingham, for example. And I think one of the difficulties is that it's so difficult for any care provider to recruit and retain staff because, as Councillor Watts set out, we're paying people less than we pay people to, for example, and I'm not saying these jobs aren't incredibly valuable because they are, but then we pay people who work in shops, for example. And so from that point of view, we want people to care. Whereas because of the rates we pay also, so we talk about crisis and we talk about danger and we talk about dangerous precedents, I link this back to the safeguarding report that we received. And we know that we have people who we cannot deliver packages of care for. We know that we cannot recruit carers. And I appreciate that increasing salary is not the only answer, but it is one of the answers that we seem unable to take action on. And Councillor Fox alluded to the fact that this was, not really in kilter with the financial planning process. And therefore, I'm wondering, does that mean that in the budget, in January, so we're in November now, but by January, we'll be in a position to do this, to increase those salaries, because it's going to be part of the budget process. And because this is out of the budget process, that's why people can't vote on it and agree with it. So, you know, there seem to be a few more people in the room than there were earlier. So it may be that this motion won't succeed. But if it doesn't, I certainly hope that we see it come forward in the budget process. I certainly hope that we see paper going to Adult Select in the new year, detailing exactly how we are going to set a precedent to do something appropriate and different, and how we're going to deliver, not just for the people who provide the care, but for the people who receive the care, because they're the people who lose out in this merry-go-round. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Dimitri Bertruni.
Thank you, Chair. And following on from Councillor Francis Taylor's point, phenomenal points there made by Councillor Taylor, particularly the gender disparity in that profession. And I thank Councillor Watts for putting this motion forward, and his passion for the subject is unrivaled. I can tell you by the amount of phone calls I receive from Councillor Watts on this subject. On what I've heard from the administration, from Councillor Murphy and Councillor Fox, I would like to propose an amendment, given their great consternation around budgeting processes and their reluctance to be innovative council, to set a precedence, which they always like to tell us that they are such an innovative council, and then suddenly they get very scared when it involves paying carers more. It's remarkable. But I plan an amendment. It's a simple word change, and I'll put it in the message.
You just gone mute, Dimitri, sorry.
By changing the word implementing to planning. And I think that reflects some of the fears from Councillor Howarth about the disparity in figures. I think that reflects I think I heard both Councillor Murphy and Councillor Fox, and they both correct me if they supported the sentiment. I think those were their words. Well, you're part of the controlling administration, Councillor Fox, is to the fear of the budget process and how much it would cost and how much it wouldn't cost. Well, then why don't we change it from planning instead of implementing, which, as builds on Francis Taylor's point, that will include a paper that goes to Select, because we're planning and we can look at the figures and we can all have a debate of what's right and what's wrong, but set a clear sentiment and send out the sentiment to all the Welsh local authorities that we're serious, we're looking at this, we value our care workers. And I think this slight amendment, building on the wonderful motion from Councillor Watts, caters to all those concerns and queries, and hopefully leads to a wider debate later down the line. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Watts, are you happy to accept that amendment?
I am absolutely happy. I think it covers it all, really, Chair.
Chairman, are you going to second that amendment, Armand, or shall I second it?
If you want to, Simon, you can second it.
I'll second the amendment, Chair. Now, if we move an amendment forward now with a change of word, Chairman, does that mean that the recorded vote then, because it's different to the original motion, do we have to have another 9 for that recorded vote, or are we okay just stay as status quo? I'm just being technical.
I would say, and the monitoring officer can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say, as it's an amended motion, but we've already agreed if it's carried through, we already agreed to go to a named vote, that it would stay, that it would be a named vote.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
I'm happy with that. I don't think we need to go through that process again.
Would that mean that with a name vote? Yes, I understand that. We won't be discussing the amendment, just accepting the amendment as it's got a slight change.
So we'll need to vote on the amendment to make that the substantive motion, and we'll vote on the motion.
Okay.
Do we discuss, Chair? Do we discuss the amendment first, or?
We'll discuss the amendment first. That's right. So what we are now going to be discussing is the amended motion.
Yeah.
And so if we can have a raised hand function, if any members wish to speak on the amended motion.
Do we have to vote to accept the amended motion first, Chair?
We do. You are right, Tony. Sorry, I beg your pardon. So first of all, we need a vote function to go into the chat bar to vote on the amendment.
Yeah, to accept the amendment, right, okay.
Okay.
We're accepting, receiving the amendment, not voting to accept the amendment.
May I just come in there? I'm sure there are many councillors who've been here longer than me, but I thought if somebody amends a motion, the amendment is seconded and you discuss the amendment and then you go to the vote after.
Yes, yes.
Now I didn't think we had to have a vote to amend a motion.
No,
I think
it's clear of that one.
We need a vote to accept the amended motion.
we just accept it and then we debate it and then we vote on it.
because that will then become the substantive.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, it's a little unclear. At the moment, there's a voting box as if the amendment is ready to be voted on. And of course, we're not at that point yet because the amended motion is now up for debate. I'm assuming. Do we need some clarity from the monitoring officer exactly of what's happening here so we don't get confusion?
Yeah, we got to accept the amendment first, accept the amended motion first, haven't we? Then discuss it.
Let me just, okay, thank you very much, members, for all your input there. Let me just take guidance from the monitoring officer then so we get clarity on what we're doing. Bear with me. Okay, so we're going to now debate the amended motion, and then we'll go to the vote on the amended motion.
Right.
So can we have a raised hands function, please, for the amended motion? Okay, so there is now a raised hands function in the chat bar to debate the amendment, the amended motion. The amendment. Paul Pavia, Councillor Paul Pavia.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to clarify what I was saying in my contribution, if we go ahead and I've got Armand really staring at me really intently on the screen. Yeah.
Armand, can I just
put me off, Armand?
Keep the microphone off.
Well, I'm sorry. So can I carry on steering it in, Chair?
As much as you wish.
What I was trying to clarify in terms of my contribution, if we look to pay within our region, this what it will be quite a significant increase compared to our neighbouring local authorities and elsewhere. We create that ripple effect where we potentially draw in social care workers from Newport, from Blaenau y Gwent, from Tyrvine, across the border, and we create substantial pressures elsewhere in the system. It doesn't help. It really doesn't help the overall system because it's an integrated system with health and social care. You know, we've got to look at it as a systemic problem, a systemic challenge we need to look at both regionally and nationally. So even if we planned at this stage, it doesn't help because there's not enough workers in the system. There's just simply not enough workers in the system. So I'll just leave that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bob Greenland.
Thank you, Chair. To be honest, I don't think this amendment makes very much difference to the original motion, because if we plan to do something, then we must know how we're going to pay for that. And at the moment, as the point has been made in the debate so far, we don't know how we're going to pay for that. I'm not going to quote the figures, but it's quite clear, isn't it, that because of our commitment to pay our care providers externally the same level of pay that we provide internally, the cost of this is going to be far more than that which was originally quoted by Councillor Watts. So how are we going to pay for it? That is a question that we need to answer as part of this debate. We can't simply say, we plan to do this and we're going to do it. Not now, but later. We plan to do it later. How are we going to pay for it? That is the question. That's the other side of the coin that we've got to answer. And we cannot take a decision on this without deciding how we're going to pay for it. And of course, the points have been made that the ripple effects of this will go right throughout Wales. And the level of commitment of this kind, and none of us would disagree with the fact that we do need to move for care workers to what is a fairer pay for them, frankly. We've seen throughout the pandemic the level of work that they do, and I don't think anybody would disagree with the fact that we've undervalued them in the past. But to move them to a position where you're changing their pay rate from something like £9.50 to £15 has clearly got huge cost implications. We can't do that on a Monmouthshire only basis. We have to do it through an all Wales basis, and we do have to look to the Welsh Government to provide that extra money, because that is so fundamentally different from the pay that they've been getting now. And I'm sorry that I won't be able to support the amended motion, nor indeed the original motion, but I do support the sentiments, and I do want to move forward with the rest of Wales to recognising the importance of the care sector and moving them much more in line with the health sector. And that I would support wholeheartedly, and I want to get there as quickly as possible. But I am sorry that I can't be supporting this amendment, nor indeed the original motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Greenland. Councillor Phil Murphy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I just really want to reiterate what I put in the chat, just in case people missed it. The word planning is still intent, and this is all premature. We need to await the exercise done, which is being done between Welsh Government and the care sector and all of the local authorities in Wales to get a Wales-wide approach that's properly funded, so it doesn't put any additional strain on local authority finances. Absolutely right that this exercise is done. Absolutely right that the efforts and very hard work of the care sector is reflected in that, but we cannot do this on our own. And as Bob said, for that reason, I cannot support the amendment. I cannot support the original motion. I do support the sentiment, as I said before, but this is just getting irresponsible now. We cannot do this without Welsh Government and full Wales-wide support.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Petruni.
Thank you, Chair. Just to go on some of the substantive arguments, and I know Councillor Murphy's in full scare everyone by paying everyone to death by paying carers a livable wage. How dare we? I think, you know, in a nutshell, the Conservatives have decided they don't want to pay carers £15 and need an excuse. OK, but the whole point of the word planning is that we can politically, you always sound an intention of where you want to go. You set your priorities and then you make a determination to go. That is what we're saying. We're saying we are going to make a stand. We want to get to that figure, and we're planning to get to that figure, which entails thinking about the budget, thinking about the effect. We can integrate what the Welsh Government are thinking about with the care sector. Why are we so afraid suddenly? Why are we all so scared about us doing the serious thinking, but showing politically on a united basis across all political parties and those not in any political party, that this is our intention. This is where we want to go with it. This is what they deserve. And I think there's generally nothing with that. And the ripple effect is the most load of baloney you have ever heard in your entire life, because the ripple effect, you could flip that on its head and say, rather than just drawing on care workers, it will ask all other local authorities to up their wages. So Monmouthshire, by making a stand, Conservative controlled Monmouthshire, think of that, by making a stand, will demand of all other local authorities to pay all their care workers £15 an hour or they're close to, and sending a precedent. That's a good thing. All councils across Wales, regardless of their political makeup, will be forced to pay all their carers a decent living wage. It forces the Welsh government to go, oh, wow, we need to support this, or we need to help fund them this. It sets the standard and we drive it forward rather than cowering in the dark, fearful and scaring everyone that we're going to bankrupt a council because we're paying care workers the wage they should be deserved to pay.
Councillor Petrucci, thank you very much for that. Councillor Armand-Watts.
Yes, Chair. What we talk about with the 1.6 million, but the people that are employed within the authority, within our sector, the private sector will charge what they want, and they do, and we have to pay that. So if you, again, Google is a great tool. I'm sure you can all use it these days. You'll find then that if you go and say, what will £15 buy you, you know, in the labour market, you'll find that Leicester, Swindon, I saw one in Hounslow, I admit predominantly towards the south of the, you know, the care workers now at 15, because there is that competition. So what we're seeing from Phil Murphy, and backed up by the usual crowd, the cynical older Conservatives that have been in this authority for many, many years, is to frighten everybody into being positive, into being optimistic, to raise ourselves out of the glumness of COVID. And be fair and honest, and allow those people. What you're faced with is a growth in a market, a labour market that pays, you know, less than the minimum wage. We pay slightly more. That is not good for the local economy. The economic argument is that suddenly you put a significant uplift in people's salary. They spend that money, and they spend that money locally. That is good for the local economy. You're economically illiterate if you don't understand that. So what I'm trying to say to you is that, you know, they will try to, as Dimitri says, they will try and be cynical. They will try and tar this and as if we're all completely nuts and something. But we want to do that. You know, we want to have, if you want to use the ripple effect, we want to have a ripple effect. We want every carer to be rewarded for the work they've done. We've stood, I did it on my estate with my neighbours. Some of my neighbours vote Conservative, and we clapped for the carers and we clapped for the nurses as well. And now we've got an opportunity in the position of the authority that we have to do something more to that, to change their lives for the better, to improve society. And look at them, cower away, cowards. I say that, cowardly behaviour, really. They back away from it, you know. So we hear that build back better from the Conservatives. They don't want to do that. They just want to keep and suppress the working class people down, keep them poor. These are people that have gone, you know, we talk about patriotic duty as if they've fought some kind of war, and they have fought a war against COVID. You know, I've seen, you know, my partner is a carer, but not on this authority, before Linda gets too excited about it. I've seen her come back with COVID and isolate herself for 3 or 4 days. I've seen her absolutely devastated because she lost 9 of her 9 people that she worked with. Absolutely devastated for minimum wage. So that's what drives me to this, is because her and her colleagues were kind of, you know, it was unimaginable. And I don't know if any of you, and I recommend, if you don't believe me, if you don't really get the sentiment, go and watch Help. It was a fantastic Channel 4 documentary about a carer who, a lady that took over a care home and the trauma that it could, a remarkable, uplifting documentary. I recommend you go and watch it. So I urge you to support this, because it's the right thing to do. There's not many opportunities we get in this authority to do the right thing. This is one of them. So be optimistic and support it. We can do this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watts. Councillor Roger Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Very elegant speeches by Dimitri and Armand there. And the operative word in the amendment is planning. And we were told by Peter Fox that you know, we need to plan to think about putting figures into the budget, i.e. we need to plan. The operative word is planning. If we don't vote for this amendment, what the Tories are saying is that we'll just ditch it altogether, because we're just talking about planning to get this up and running. If you vote against it, it's a dead duck. There's no planning going on as far as I can see, or not official planning. We need the world to know that we are planning to do this and spread the word throughout the rest of the nation, basically, and even maybe get it batted up to that wonderful den of iniquity called Westminster. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harris. Councillor Eason.
Thank you, Chair. I was thinking of making another amendment to the event. I won't actually, but to the event that we should be levelling up the healthcare sector, and we should be building back better a health service and a healthcare service. That's my real concern. We need to plan for the future. We need to level up. We need to build better, and I think you should start with Monmouthshire County Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Eason. Councillor Simon Howarth.
Chairman, what a way forward in planning to take this forward. I think Councillor Fox made it quite clear there. Yeah, I mean, we didn't accept, or many wouldn't accept, that we do this straight away on the motion, but I think the amendment is great. We're planning, and planning doesn't mean it'll always succeed. So we might come out at £12 an hour, might come out at £13 an hour, but we're planning. We're taking it forward. Yeah, I mean, look at Denbighshire, look at all the areas, Pembrokeshire, you name them in Wales, who will be watching us today. They may be watching us thinking like, yeah, these guys have got it right here. You know, I mean, we need to look at this. And it may be that, you know, I mean, the Welsh government as well are thinking like, fair play to Monmouthshire, like, you know, I mean, they've took it to the agenda there, like, and they're planning on this. Planning doesn't always work sometimes. I think we all accept that, but at least we're planning. And I think that amendment, that word, we've all agreed with, I think is the best way forward with this. So please support this motion in planning, taking this forward. May not work, but at least we're planning. And then we all can come out with it. We've tried. You know, I mean, I don't get like the negativity in all this. That is really, for me as Monmouthshire, that is not what we're about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howarth. And we'll now go to the vote on the amendment. So we'll just have the vote function put into the chat bar now. The recorded vote. Okay, so we're going to do this as a recorded vote because there was a little bit of uncertainty at the beginning of this process. So we'll ask Nicola if you're able to take a recorded vote, please.
Chair, just to confirm, this is a recorded vote on whether to accept the amendment.
Yes.
Okay.
There was a little bit of uncertainty at the very beginning of it. Councillor Eason did ask for the point to make clear. I don't think I made it as clear as I should have done, and so we'll take it as a recorded vote.
So this is a recorded vote to accept the amendment, and then we'll take another recorded vote on the substantive motion. Yeah. Okay. Okay. First, then, Councillor Batruni.
For.
Councillor. Sorry, Becca's not here. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Sorry, Chris Edwards. Councillor Chris Edwards.
Just while we're waiting for Nick, just 1 second, please, if I may. Armand, can I ask you to turn your microphone off, please?
But I've not said anything, Chair.
I don't want comments on every person's vote. Thank you. Nick, over to you.
Councillor Lisa Dimmock.
Against.
Councillor Eason. Councillor Eason.
Sorry, Chair, my mic is off. 4.
Councillor Ruth Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Feekins.
Against.
Councillor Fox.
Against.
Councillor Greenland.
Against.
Councillor Grocott.
For.
Councillor Guppy. Councillor Guppy. Councillor Harris.
Against. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
For.
Councillor Higginson. Okay, I can hear Councillor Higginson. He voted for. Councillor Howard. Councillor Howarth.
For.
Councillor David Jones.
For.
Councillor Laura Jones.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Jones.
Against.
Councillor Jordan.
Against.
Councillor Lane.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
Against. And did you see the chat from Chris Edwards?
Oh
He
yeah,
voted
that's
again.
lovely. Thank you. Councillor Pavia.
Against.
Councillor Powell.
Against.
Councillor
Against.
Pratt.
Against.
Councillor Roden.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Strong.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
For. Sorry.
That's okay, thanks. Councillor Thomas, Tudor Thomas.
For.
Councillor Treharn.
Against.
Councillor Watts.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
For.
Councillor Webb.
For. Against. Sorry, again. Sorry.
No, first answer only.
Sorry.
Armour, can I ask you to turn your
Councillor Williams.
Armour, I'd like to turn your microphone off, please. Just, sorry, Nicola, I just needed to step in to ask Armour to turn that off. There's also two have arrived.
Off as well.
There are also, yes, Armour, turn your camera off as well, please. There are also two in the chat bar, which you've seen, Richard John and Penny Jones.
Sorry, I didn't catch Councillor Williams. That was 4, I guess.
4.
Yeah, okay, thanks. If you just give me a second, I'll just work out the votes.
Thank you, Nick.
Can I just query with you, Chair, how people are voting in the chat bar when they're not actually in the meeting? How does that work?
Okay, so Nick, both Richard and Penny's votes can't be included.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Chair, can I just check with you a point of on that? So if people would appear that people maybe, I don't know, haven't necessarily been in the meeting. I mean, I thought that advisedly one needed to listen to all of the debate before participating in a vote. Just would be interested in a view on that. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, as a point of order, I just need to know, as a point of order, are people voting who are not actually in the meeting?
They're following it on Teams, Chair. They're following the whole meeting.
My phone is on Teams. I can just get the text. I'm not in the meeting.
That's a very good point, Chair.
Chair, just to confirm that Councillor John and Councillor Penny Jones's votes have not been included in the recorded vote.
Chair,
I haven't included them.
Can I clarify?
And
is Laura Jones in the meeting?
Just one second then, please, Nick, if I may.
Councillor Laura Jones is in the meeting, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Watts, I hope that answers your question for a second. When people are in the meeting, or working on the telephones or wherever they're working from at home, in my view, that means they're in the meeting.
Chair, sorry, I think you're wrong. I think the legislation is very clear. They have to be present. You really want to get legal. I think your adjudication there is wrong. You need to be clear on that. Because if we've got people voting just because they're seeing a chat and they're not, I don't think they're allowed to do that.
We haven't included them in the chat, Dimitri. We've only included the ones that are present. So
Well, you need to be very clear on this, Chair, because they're trying to.
Chair, Richard and Penny Jones have told me very clearly they are in the meeting, but on via their phones. I think that is absolutely legitimate to be in a meeting on your phone. That's how so many hybrid meetings are happening now. That's the beauty of hybrid.
I tend to agree with you.
Chair, is a point of order. I got an email from Penny Jones to apologise, asking me to move the meeting back. This is the lie that they're lying. So I'm happy to say that. Let me just be clear about it. No, let me finish.
Let me take
an email to say Penny Jones asked.
Armand. Let me take the heat out of this, please.
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously, if members were to go away and be in a meeting, then rejoin the meeting an hour ago on their telephone, somewhere wherever they are, then in my view, they're in the meeting. And I think it's very difficult to say otherwise, to be frank.
Chair, no, it is. No, sorry, you really got to be clear on this. I know Peter Fox is trying to save them, but if you go on the participants and you say others invited, Penny Jones, Richard, John, it says request to join, so they're not in the meeting.
Can I just ask a question, Chair? Sorry, I don't wish to put any heat into the situation, but my understanding of the legislation, so I'd be interested in the monitoring officer's view, is that members have to be seen and or heard.
That's accurate.
To be considered to be participating in a meeting. So I do appreciate what you say, that people can leave and rejoin, but equally advice that we've received from the monitoring officer is that in order for you to take a vote, with probity, then you need to have been participating and heard the debate also. Sorry, Chair, I just wanted to clarify because it is important. I do agree that people.
It is important, and it's important for us to make sure that we're all on the same page of this. According to the monitoring officer, you have to be able to be heard. You don't have to be seen, and so if we are able to hear members, then they are considered to be in the meeting. But I think that Nick has already got a result. Without thinking.
It's a point of order. I've got a text. I've got an email from Penny apologising that she won't be at the meeting, and could I defer this motion until next month? And she's not going to be in the meeting. And now you're telling me she's in the meeting after she's already told me I can quite share. I'm happy to share it with you. She's not in the meeting.
Armand, this isn't necessarily a point of order, but like I said. Armand, what I've said is that it's very difficult to say that if a member were to be out of the room, as it were, for 3 hours and then rejoin us. After all, it is now 6:30 in the evening, and we're still only 2/3 of the way through the agenda. Then it's quite acceptable in my mind for a member to say that they're going to be away and then rejoin the meeting later on. But nevertheless, as the law stands, it says that in order to vote in order to vote at a meeting, a member must be able to be heard. And that's it. And that is the advice we're getting from the monitoring officer.
Can we receive the vote, Chair?
That's what.
Just see what the vote was. These two are excluded.
Yeah. Yeah. So for that very reason, as we'd already said.
Chair, are you taking advice on this, or do you actually know this?
For that very reason, the votes of both Richard, John, and Penny Jones is not included in the vote that we have come to. So, Armand, I'll ask you to take the heat out of your accusations a little bit, please, if you wouldn't mind, and I'll go to Nicola for the vote for the result on that vote.
Chairman, may I just ask that we have one member, Christopher Edwards. He says issues with Mike for me. He didn't even speak. I haven't heard him speak all afternoon. Can I just clarify that he's in the meeting? There's another one as well, because I mean, I'm sorry, but I go away with the chat bar as well. If you can do that and be sitting in your car going somewhere else. So Christopher Edwards, if he's in the meeting, he voted as well. Has Nick put him down as a vote? Because that's in the chat bar.
I have also voted, Councillor Howarth, and I have sat through whatever the 4.5 hours, or coming up to 5 hours, duration of this meeting. Over the years, my understanding as a long-standing councillor was that you were entitled to vote on an issue, provided you had been there for the whole duration of that debate. It's no good coming in at the tail end and thinking, right, I'll vote. My understanding is that if you went out of a room during the course of a debate and came back in before it was concluded, you had not followed the arguments completely, you would be barred from voting. So that's me. I have been here and I am still here, Simon.
Yeah, Valerie, I didn't say you. I said a Christopher Edwards. That's right. All afternoon, but he didn't even speak to vote. There's another one. I'm just saying I think we need to make sure that we get this right, Chair. And I do think it's been a really long day for you.
Yeah, no, and
just to make it clear, Simon, I am here. Even
I know. More there. I didn't say.
We know that. Okay, so let me just draw a little bit of a line under this for a second. I do agree entirely with what you just said then, Councillor Smith, and that is also my understanding of the way it works. Obviously, we're in a virtual room, and so we need to work through this process as it's not in the chamber, as you'd normally expect, because then you can obviously see members where they are.
You've got a hard job, Chairman.
I do agree. Thank you very much. But I do agree entirely with what Councillor Howarth has said in relation to Councillor Chris Edwards. So if Councillor Chris Edwards is able to speak, then I ask him to do so. If he's not, then I think we shall remove his vote from the vote count that we've just done. So Councillor Edwards has said he's having an issue, he can't speak.
There you go, Chair. I'm sorry, but I mean, that's another one as well. Thank you.
Hello, Chair. I think I've got my microphone working now.
Oh, okay.
So whether you can see me.
So Councillor Edwards does have his microphone. I can hear him. I am then for saying that his vote can be included in the vote that's just been taken.
He's been in the meeting.
Councillor Watts, can I ask you please to go back on mute and to turn your camera off? Nick, so with those two members removed, but to include Christopher Edwards, can you please give us the result?
Thank you, Chair. The vote is 20 against, 14 for.
Okay, so the amendment has failed, and so now we go back to the original motion as put by Councillor Watts. This has already had a long discussion on this. There was a lot of repetitiveness in the last within the amended part, so I don't feel as if there's a need to have any great discussion on this again. I am aware though that that Peter Davis, the Section 151 officer, would like to come in and just offer some words here. So, Pete.
Good evening, members. Can I just check that aside from obviously the chairman, who's in the same room as me, can you hear me? Armand, you're on the screen, so can you just give me a nod?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I guess just in terms of my input, and I do have legitimacy in terms of coming in as the council Section 151 officer and equally as deputy chief executive, and just I guess to reiterate some of the points that have been raised in the debate, and it's just to highlight the significance of the decision that's in front of you here in terms of voting on this motion, and clearly the amendment is now voted down. We're back to the substantive motion, and this is beyond what was in the amendment and the planning of it. The altering of that one word. There is an exacting nature in this motion, and there is a very direct consequence of it. And it would be remiss of me as Section 151 officer not to make that very, very clear for members. So the effect of this motion being passed, just so it is made absolutely clear, the effect of this would be that it would instigate an in-year budget adjustment it would be something that would take immediate effect, that we would have to identify compensating savings and adjustments within our service budgets to accommodate it. So let's just make that very clear, and within the context of an incredibly difficult, financially challenging environment for the council, both in the in-year position and in terms of moving forward in the budget process. Equally, and whilst I'm sure Armand will disagree with me in terms of the heart of the motion, and that refers specifically to carers employed by the council. But the intent here, as I understand it, is to try and influence the market, to influence other local authorities around us, and to influence Welsh Government. Clearly, that is a high-risk strategy to be taken, and there are consequences to that, and they don't just apply to the in-house carers. The ripple effect of that, and if that did have any level of influence, would be that the market would adjust accordingly, and the council would equally be having to bear such significant cost through its commission services in terms of dom care and in terms of care homes, etc. And this is where Councillor Murphy, I think, comes back to in terms of the £8.1 million pressure, drawing the distinction, I think, from Councillor Watts's reference, which is specifically to the in-house provision. So I just want to make it very clear in terms of the magnitude of the decision that we are talking to here. The lasting comment that I will make, and I think Councillor Murphy referred to it because clearly, as my cabinet member, it would be right and proper for him to be clearly aware of the efforts that I am making. And I am working very closely at the minute with the WLGA, Society of Welsh Treasurers, and ADSS, Directors of Social Services, looking to actually bring together a business case to enable that robust case to be made to Welsh Government and to actually plough a path towards a sustainable social care future. This is a very complex environment, and I think you will all understand that. And if there is going to be any success to actually navigating that path, then it needs to be built on very strong foundation. It needs time and it needs good thought. So hopefully members just understand the significance of the decision in front, and I will leave them with that. And I would hope you would understand, and within the bounds of the Constitution, I am able to offer those views. But thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Chair, could I raise a point of order on that? Is Mr Davis equipped to give us advice which would be influencing the vote? Was it appropriate? Am I correct in asking that question?
I can put that to the monitoring officer.
Yeah, please, if you would. Yeah, and I'll answer again later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so so no other members have raised hands, and like I said, I think we've discussed. Yeah.
I don't have a raised hand thing on my screen here, but what I'd like to say is, I mean, on the last amendment motion, it seems to me as though we as a council are actually planning to do something about this. Peter Davis, Chief Executive, Deputy Chief Executive, has just said that. He's in discussions already on taking this forward in a bigger picture. So yeah, I mean, I'm totally complexed here of why our administration's in doing this. He's doing this. You just said that, Peter. You said in the amendment which Councillor Petrucci put forward was planning. Our senior officer, our Deputy Chief Executive and officers are actually planning, trying to do something with this. So where our Tory administration is on all this, I'm not too sure, and I'm really confused now. And I quite agree. I don't trust anybody now on what we're doing here. And I say, Councillor Watts, you brought it to the attention. We ain't going to win the substantive motion, you know that. But at least we've got B in the way. It's been planned for. And I say, I'm sorry, but whoever voted against B you've done this council wrong, because actually we cannot, the Constitution, we cannot bring back a motion for 6 months.
Okay,
so we cannot bring anything back for 6 months, so we can't even talk about it in the budget. Am I right? Yes, I am. Thank you.
Councillor Peter Davis would like to come back and answer your points just there, if that's okay.
Yeah, so let me just draw a very, very clear distinction here in terms of Councillor Harris remarks. So let me make it clear. The work I'm involved in at the moment, and let's hang this on the word sustainable. So a part towards a sustainable future care in Wales. Sustainable, a funded, not to put the council's finances into a complete state of disrepair. So it comes back, and it comes back to the initial terms of swaying. My comments are not intending to sway any vote. Members will make their own minds up on that. It is very members understand the very specific consequence, to my point, that the result of this motion being passed is it will result in the immediate requirement of the council to find the necessary funds from its existing in-year budgets to be able to fund that. That is what I need to be clear to members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter, for that. And so there has been a new raise hands function that's been put in the bar, in the chat bar. This is now to continue the discussion on the original substantive motion. Councillor Phil Murphy.
Just simply, Chair, to say that throughout this debate, Councillor Paul Pavia and myself have both mentioned it. There is a considerable amount of work going on a Welsh Government and Wales-wide basis to tackle this problem. Every authority and every senior finance officer in every authority is involved in this. So I don't know why people are suddenly saying now that they don't know what's going on. They clearly haven't been listening to the debate. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Simon Howarth, and then we'll go to the vote, members.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and sorry, Phil, but I have been listening to the debate and I listen very clear, and I do not trust you anymore. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but I do not trust you. The discussions are taking place on the way forward here. To run down the amendment on changing a word about planning, for me, I'm sorry, like, but yeah, I mean, you've got it all wrong, you guys. Like, I mean, there was nothing wrong with that, and we could have gone along with that and planned it. The rules say we cannot bring this back to the table for 6 months, so we can't even plan. So what you're talking about in the budget, we put it on the budget, we look at it and we plan it. Yeah, great, but we can't do that now. I'm right in saying that, Chairman. We cannot do that now. So once we strike out this substantive motion, that is it. So I don't know what is point in talking about it, Phil. You might as well let the other authorities sort it all out, and we'll save our breath, isn't it? Cheers. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Howarth, for that. And it goes back now to Councillor Armour Watts for a reply before we go to the vote.
Yeah, where do you begin, right? I mean, I'm struggling to kind of begin. I'll try and summarize really. The intention of this really wasn't to push the motion through now. The intention was to think about next year's budget. I accept that Peter's points. You know, it wouldn't be. We haven't planned for it. That's true. So Dimitri tried to tidy that up with the wording of it, but the overall intent of this was try to be productive. I'm slightly disappointed in the officer, because I think the officer knows, he says that he doesn't intend to influence it, but he knows that he is, and I think there's an element of and don't get me wrong, I get on with Peter fine, not a problem with Peter, highly respected officer, but I think he's leading the council, which disappoints me somewhat. it's been an interesting debate. It's been slightly chaotic, Chair. I think there are people that have voted here that probably haven't. And I think if we check to see when they've checked in and checked out, which I will do, I will request that information. I think you'll find that one or two of them haven't really actually been in the meeting. But the majority, which is the Conservative majority, with the exception of Linda Guppy, who just will vote with the Conservatives forever and a day, they've won again. It's a cynical move. I expected nothing different really from the people in this room. They've been in power for a long time, 18 years now coming up, and this is a culture that exists within the authority. And when people go to the polling station, they vote mainly through national politics. They don't see the slightly nuanced debate. The press coverage isn't what it used to be. Who knows what they might vote next time. But what I will say is that this was a genuine, heartfelt motion put forward really to encourage a change in the marketplace. It was to have a ripple effect. I'm not denying it. I want to see those people who are at the forefront battling against COVID having a fair payout for the job that they do, and equal new remuneration with jobs, as I've mentioned before, with teaching assistants and with PCSOs. They do a good job, and so do the care workers. The Conservatives want it both ways. They want to say, no, well, we really like them. They're really nice people. They're doing a fantastic job. But it's the same old Conservative mentality. They don't want to reward people for an honest day's work. Thank you very much, Chair. I've pretty much summed it up. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watts. Can you turn your video and microphone off, please? We shall now go to the vote. So members did ask for a recorded vote. Is that still the wish, Councillor Eason?
Yes, please, Chair.
Yeah, and we did say we would, so we shall do that. So, Nick, I'll ask you to do that. Members, I would like to thank you very much for a very good debate on all of that and on the amendment as well. So, Councillor Watts, can I please ask you to turn your camera off and your microphone off, please?
Sorry, Chair, but I was only going to, unless people have got their cameras on, is there going to be a voting box?
No, we're going to go to a named vote, to a recorded vote. And Nicholas,
well, if I turn my microphone off, I'm going to end up like Chris, who's at the room.
Well, everyone else can manage to turn their microphone on and off as and when they wish to vote. So if you could do that, please, and that will save us having to listen to your comments on each and every person's vote. Thank you. Nick, if you're able to take the recorded vote, please.
Certainly. Councillor Petruni.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Dimmock.
Against.
Councillor Eason.
For.
Councillor Christopher Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Ruth Edwards. Councillor Ruth Edwards. Councillor Matt Feekins.
Against.
Councillor Peter Fox.
Against.
Councillor Greenland.
Against.
Councillor Grocott.
For.
Councillor Guppy.
Against.
Councillor Harris.
For.
Councillor Higginson. Councillor Higginson.
He's left the building.
He's gone. Okay.
No, he's not. He's still here. For.
Oh. Thank you.
Apologies.
Councillor Howarth.
For.
Councillor David Jones.
For.
Councillor Laura Jones.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Jones.
Against.
Councillor Paul Jordan.
Against.
Malcolm Lane.
Against.
Councillor Phil Murphy.
Against.
Councillor Paul Pavier.
Against.
Councillor Maureen Powell.
Against.
Councillor Jane Pratt.
Against.
Councillor Richard Roden.
Against.
Councillor Val Smith.
Support.
Councillor Brian Strong.
Against.
Councillor Francis Taylor. Councillor Francis Taylor.
God's sake. 4, sorry, it seems to be taking a rather long time to turn on and off.
Councillor Tudor Thomas.
4.
Councillor Jamie Treharn.
Against.
Councillor Joe Watkins.
4.
Councillor Armand Watts.
4.
Councillor Anne Webb.
Against.
Councillor Kevin Williams.
I'm for, Nicola. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Just give me a second. Chair, we have 14 for and 19 against.
Okay, so that motion has failed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nick, for that. And members, we've been at it now for 5 hours in total. We're at 2 hours, and then we've just been at it for the further 3 hours. We haven't got a huge amount left, but I think it's only fair that we take a comfort break at this stage, and we'll rejoin at 7:10. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back, members. I'll just make sure we're being recorded. Can we have that confirmed, please?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, members, for everything up to this point. Councillor Watts, I'll ask you to turn your video off, please. Thank you. We're into section 7 of the agenda, which is members' questions. Obviously, 7.1 we brought up to the beginning of the meeting, so that leaves us 7.2, which is from County Councillor Tony Eason to County Councillor Jane Pratt, Cabinet Member for Neighbourhood Services and Infrastructure. Tony, are you happy to take that as written?
Just one comment. Yes, I'll take both questions as well as written. I've had an email from the officers today. I raised these questions on behalf of a constituent whose child was injured at Caldicott School. It appears that MCC were not aware of that accident and they're going to look into it. I would ask Councillor Pratt to respond to the detail of that email as a public response to my questions, and probably will not need any supplementary questions. Thank you. Okay,
thank you. Councillor Eason, are you happy because both 7.2 and 7.3 are very
yes,
relatable?
they are linked together, and the answer that Councillor Pratt will come forward, I think, will cover both questions in one.
So everyone is clear in the room. We are going to take 7.2 and 7.3 as written, and then over to you, Councillor Pratt, to answer those in unison. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And can I thank Councillor Eason for his questions, and I'll answer them as they are in the agenda. So the first question, do you want me to read the question out as well, or are you happy for me just to give the response?
I think we can just give the response. The agenda's been published, members have got it before them, and it's written, and Tony's agreed that they can take it as written.
Thank you, Chair. The street lighting team are responsible for the maintenance of formal light controlled crossings and have an allocated annual budget of £25,000 for these works. In terms of new facilities, then these installations are funded by capital monies, either specific Welsh Government grants, 106, etc. MCC is installing a new crossing on School Lane in Goitra, that's 106 money, £40,000. The B4245 in Mega, that's 106 money, also linked with the Much Estate, 54,000, and on Hereford Road, Monmouth, road safety grant is estimated at 30,000. In addition, zebra crossings are being installed to replace pelican crossings at the cross in Caldicott, estimated at 54,000, and Station Road, Chepstow, estimated at 30,000. These are both Welsh Government funded and form part of wider schemes. Moving on to the next question on the criteria for installing pedestrian crossings. Pedestrian crossings are installed in accordance with the Department of Transport guidance and include the Traffic Signals Manual, Active Travel Design Guide, and also new manual for streets 1 and 2. Over time, traffic behaviour and legislation changes, such as we will shortly see when the 20-mile-an-hour limits are introduced, and also as national policy moves towards higher priority to active travel, then the requirements for crossings change. These are identified either as part of a planned scheme, specific officer reviews such as new developments, or reports and requests made to highways. If any member would like to discuss any aspect regarding pedestrian crossings, then obviously the officers are very happy to deal with those queries. Discussing the specific example which Councillor Eason has mentioned about this very unfortunate accident in 2020 when a school pupil was hit by a car on Woodstock Way. And although the pupil's injuries were slight, any accident like this is traumatic for everyone involved, and I can't imagine how terrible it must have been for the parents. Everyone's worst nightmare. This incident is reported to have occurred within 50 metres of the existing pedestrian crossing. Officers are working on options for a potential new additional crossing better aligned with the new school entrance, in accordance with the transport statement approved as part of the planning permission for the school. Our active travel team is meeting consultants this Friday to look at Mill Lane and Woodstock Way as a part of the active travel study looking at the leisure centre and school access, and the consideration of a crossing will form a part of that work. If we can get an agreed location and cost for the crossing, we will be putting it forward for core active travel funding next year. If there is a preferred desire line or location that you would like us to be specifically aware of, and that goes out to Councillor Easton and any other local councillors, then please can you get in touch? And once again, officers are very happy to discuss this with any elected member that would like further details. I hope that answers.
Yes, it answers the questions, but it's not my ward, it's my constituent, and I believe the ward member, maybe two ward members, be involved in your discussions, because my constituent children walk across the road into my ward, and that's where they got injured. So we must keep the ward members involved, not just me. Thank you,
yes,
Chair.
And Mark Hand is actually on the call. I know that if you wish to him to come in, he will, but can I assure you that we are obviously working together, and officers are putting every effort into this so that we get it absolutely right.
Is it appropriate for Mr. Hand to make a comment? No, I wouldn't mind.
Chairman, with your agreement?
Absolutely.
Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Chair, evening members. Yeah, just to reiterate what Councillor Pratt has said, happy as officers to engage with yourself, Councillor Easton, and Councillor Davis and any other local members to talk about this further and identify a preferred location for that crossing. I know my colleague Paul Sullivan, who heads up the active travel team, will be interested in being involved too, so very happy to do that.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you very much, Chair. That's appreciated.
Thank you very much, Councillor Easton. Thank you very much, Councillor Pratt, as well, for that. And that allows us then to move on through the agenda to 7.4, members' question 7.4, which is from County Councillor Maureen Powell to County Councillor Lisa Dimmick, Cabinet Member for Community Wellbeing and Social Justice. Maureen, Councillor Powell, are you happy to take that as written?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dimmick.
Bless you, Maureen. Thank you ever so much for your question. I'm really pleased with the summer of fun the Mon Life team delivered, starting with seeing our 6th year of the exciting and popular Monmouthshire Games with a variety of different interests and hobbies, keeping children and young people active and entertained over the summer holidays. This took place at our county's leisure centres in Abergavenny, Caldicot, Chepstow and Monmouth, with almost 900 youngsters participating. With challenges caused by the pandemic, this year's events also aim to help improve well-being and promote healthy bodies and minds. The team also delivered a 4-week programme for school holiday enrichment programme, of which is providing healthy meals, nutrition and food education, physical activity and enrichment sessions to children in specific areas of the county during the summer holidays. This saw over 420 children sign up at 5 schools, with sessions at Overmono, the Cayman, Monmouth, 4 Mile School in Chepstow. The scheme was overwhelmingly positive, with a large majority of children delighted to make new friends. The Monmouthshire Games in Shep attracted a total of 7,750 attendances. So thank you very much.
Very much. Maureen, do you have a supplementary?
No, thank you. Just to say I'm so glad to see that this is going ahead as it has in other years, and many thanks to Paul Sullivan and his team as well. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you very much, Councillor Powell. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen. Paul done tremendous work with his team, and Ian, obviously.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you, Councillor Dimmock. So at 7.5, the next question is from County Councillor Paul Jordan to County Councillor Sarah Jones, Cabinet Member for Economy. Paul, are you happy to take that as read?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Take that as read.
Thank you. Councillor Sarah Jones.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to Councillor Jordan for the question. He'll know that back in September, Cabinet approved our regeneration paper. We talked about a number of initiatives about what we're trying to do to encourage footfall and spend in our town centres. But specifically referring to Councillor Jordan's question, we're now building on the latest iteration of our successful Shop Local campaign. Now, members hopefully will be aware of that branding. I think it's been a fantastic initiative led by our team, and you'll see that branding right throughout our town centres. Now, we're pushing that further this Christmas by creating a magical experiences campaign. That's what it's all going to be focused on, using our Shop Local branding to really encourage people to get back into our town centres and to shop local. We've been very successful. We've secured some funding from Welsh Government, which has been great news, through their Transforming Towns Business Fund, and that's allowing us to have some access to our town councils and to business groups. They can bid into that fund to try and support the premise behind the Shop Local campaign, so that's a really positive step forward. And there's going to be loads of other plans in terms of trying to encourage footfall and drive people through our town centres and local areas. So, for example, we're going to do lots of videos promoting that through our communications channels, encouraging young people to get involved in that. And slightly outside of my area of expertise, we're going to be looking at doing some social media campaigning around video content, such as on TikTok, for example. So really trying to reach out to that younger demographic to get them out into our town centres. And just to say, I'm really pleased that my colleague and Cabinet member, Councillor Jane Pratt, has extended. She's going to be extending the free parking initiative in December. So the weekends during December will be free parking throughout the month, which is going to be great news for shoppers into those areas. And I myself will continue to work through my Business Resilience Forum, which is our business forum, to engage with our businesses to make sure that we're doing what we can to encourage footfall, not just this Christmas, but clearly throughout the next 12 months. Just briefly though, Chair, I do want to say we are seeing increasing COVID rates. We don't know the way that's going. We don't know what's going to happen with Welsh Government restrictions. And so should we receive updated COVID advice from Welsh Government, we may have to manage our campaign slightly differently. But just to say that that's in the back of our minds, and our comms team have built in a plan that will ensure that we manage the safety of our residents whilst hoping to see our town centres thrive this Christmas. Thank you, and thanks to Councillor Jordan.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Councillor Jones. Councillor Jordan, do you have a supplementary?
No, thank you, Chair. That was a very comprehensive response from Sarah, and at nearly 7:30, I think we all need to go home.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Councillor Jordan and Councillor Jones, for that. Moving on then through the agenda, we're at 8, which is to confirm the minutes of the previous meetings. They were circulated. Does anyone have any comments? If not, I shall sign them after the meeting. No, okay, so that was to confirm the minutes of the previous meetings. So that was 23rd of September 2021 and the 1st of October 2021. No one's got any comments. Yep. Did someone have a comment?
No, I moved, Chair.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. Cool, thank you. So that leaves us with 9, which is simply to state that the next meeting will be held on the 16th of December 2021. Members, I would like to thank you sincerely for staying with us throughout. I would thank you for your questions. I'd like to thank officers and members for their reports that have been brought forward. And yes, thank members for their questions and their motions, and look forward to the next meeting. And generally thank members for what I thought was a much more better performance in this meeting than the previous meeting. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.